say, Iwe will you wait on my way the other time? Omani we now won't say, who follow the Lucy Jehana Bottle or so. Nnamdi we now Tahoe, we now take it reze. One you could hear, Kogu began one full of material you got about like in we go to the easy. Ani pokale okunye wani ni gwa wo sa hejida ni we buo ihe obani mana ka ni me hasma ka aga ni hu ele ko do bo mmiri igwo chọrọ eme mi ya nke dị na kalaba otu aka ahụ anyị na ala so ebo Biafra ndị custom so benya anyị n'etiti anyị anyị anọghị n'ime mmiri ka custom jiri ebe niile ha wee na-ata anyị ahụhụ anyị kwe kwesịpụta anyị ka kpọchie anyị kwe kwesịpụta anyị ka gbagbuo anyị onye nwe anyị na Chineke na nke bi n'igwe ọ bụ ụzọ dị anya ka isi na-ekwu ndị nwe anyị n'anya wee karịa ndị nke gị akwa anyị bụ ụmụ Chineke akwa ọba aha anyị ka anyị na-aza akwa ọba anyị nwe na-aza ike Chukwu akwa ọba anyị nwe na-aza amara Chineke akwa ọba anyị nwe na-aza Chisom akwa ọba anyị nwe na-aza Chisoba nna nke dị nsọ onye ime eluigwe dị ka onye iro bi na nyebe ụmụ gị bịa ka iwe zọpụta anyị bịa ka iwe napụta anyị n'aka ọjọọ ihe bịa ka iwe lụrụ anyị ọgụ bịa ka iwe tịtụ ozu ọ bụ ọkọwa mmemme na Goliath Chineke nna nke igwe mmemme na Fero chukwu otu a mee ka Fero gọgụọ n'ihu ụmụ ndị anyị ga-ebido wee taa ọkụ ikiri ụtọ ọsọ ị ga na-edu anyị n'ụzọ niile nke ezi omume ọ bụla adịghị na anyị na-aga ndagwurugwu onyinye ọnwụ ọ bụ bụ nwa bụ ekekere n'igwe n'ụwa onye ọbụla kere gị nweghị mmalite nweghị ọgwụgwụ kama anyị onwe anyị bụ anọkpa ahụ ofu ụbọchị anyị ga-anwụ n'ezie kama ma akpọ n'okwu gị na-anọgide egwu mgbe ebighị ebi ọ bụ ya mere anyị ji were gị n'anya isi anyị wee na-asị nna nke dị nsọ bịa ka iwe egosi anyị Biafra na ndụ na-abụghị n'ọnwụ bịa ka iwe na-ekebe gị na amara gị wee kpuchiri anyị ka uwe bịa ka iwe zọpụta ndị nke gị bịa ka iwe mee ka Biafra wee bịa ka anyị na-ewetụta na nsọpụrụ na ịja mma site n'aha gị ma ibuchi oke abịa ma by me. There is nothing they will do to me, not today, not tomorrow, that will make me to abandon Biafra. Is impossible. When we started to remember our heroes that have passed on, they said we are wasting our time, that we will never succeed, it will never catch on. But they keep forgetting one simple thing, that the foundations of IPOB was anchored on the promise of Chukwukika Biama. Yes. That this very noble family, this very great movement was not instigated nor started by any human being. It is the handiwork of Chukwukika Biama. And that is why we remain indestructible. That is why we remain indivisible. That is why nobody, no matter who you are, can dent our resolve and our determination to restore Biafra in this life.
Man from the heavens, that's what you are. Man from the heavens.
And you will now basso Zioma Chineke. Okay, Zipazo. Will you be a no? Devo Mahi. If you go these are the people that the Fulanese gave to you to rule over you. They started it with Ohaneze in 1976. Every leader you have had until the coming of IPOB, anybody who's ever stood up to proclaim the defense of our people, we are planted there by the Fulani North. But you wouldn't know. That is why when they close down Iguacha Seaport, they will not speak. That is why when they close any airports, you don't hear anybody saying anything. That is why Calabar Seaport is not functioning. That is why Warri Seaport is not opened. That is why we are being forced to travel abroad. That is why no industries are opened in our land, because they have an agenda They have a plan. They want to depopulate our land. They want to demoralize us. They want to decimate us. They want to render us hopeless and useless.
God forbid. Abomination forever.
But IPOB said no. Chukokika Biama that set up IPOB said no. And that is why we must remain resolute and determined. That is why we must not falter.
Yes.
Doubt nor allow our resolve to be undermined.
Yes.
We must remain resolute.
Yes.
We must remain determined.
Yes.
Because one thing is certain. As night follows day, so shall Biafra be restored. Therefore I say unto all of you gathered here today, that the forces fighting IPOB is many. Those that want us to fail are more powerful than we are. They are more resourceful than we are. They have more money than we do, and they are determined to keep us as their slaves. But it will never happen. Those chains of bondage and of slavery has been broken by IPOB.
Forever.
That is why Biafra will come. And that is why the events happening here today in Atlanta, Georgia, United States of America, we will all sit back home to talk about it. We will all sit in the land of Biafra to talk about days like this. We shall sit in the land of Biafra to tell our children what we passed through. Because the doubting Thomases will come. You know, for the hand, there was a 3 hand.
I just a plenty for very soon.
They will never stop fighting us. And as long as we remain determined and focused, there is no way they will ever succeed.
Never.
If you stop now agitating for Biafra, those who left back home will die.
Yes. Never. Truth.
I know you have not come with your pen and paper because I'm not on air.
We do.
I want you to write it down on a piece of paper. If you stop what you're doing, our people will die.
Yes. You are right.
Because when it starts happening, I will tell you on the 30th of May 2019 at Martin Luther King Jr. Center in Atlanta, I told you so.
Yes.
Spirit in human.
If you stop now, your children will never go home.
God forbid. God forbid.
If you stop now, the effort and the sacrifice of our dead will be in vain. For their sake, we will restore Biafra. For their sake, Biafra will stand in Africa. For the sake of the dead, we will build a civilization to surpass every other civilization in Africa. And that is what our enemies are afraid of.
Yes. Especially the British.
Europeans, all of them.
Because they don't want a black man to do that thing that is the exclusive preserve of the white man.
Constitution.
But we are not afraid of competition, are we?
Never.
We are not seeking for Biafra that we may lord it over anybody else. We are not seeking for Biafra to enslave any other person. We are not looking for Biafra for the sake of it. We are looking for Biafra because it is the promise of God himself in heaven.
Truth is life.
That's where you
Nobody conquered us until the British came.
Yes.
And it is not that the British conquered Biafra.
Never.
Chukwu Okike Abiyama wanted to teach us a lesson. that we may return to him in truth and in every honesty, that his will may be done upon our lives. We failed in 1970 because that very foundation of divinity was missing. That's all. And Elohim said, I will take you up to the mountain. I will show you that very precious land of Biafra through our leader that we remember today, the very people's general himself, that wherever, because we are certain that he is in heaven, on the right hand side of God himself. Some of you don't know what he did, but we know, and we will always honor him forever. Always. As they say, what we do in life echo in history. What Ojukwu has accomplished in life will be remembered forever and ever. I say unto all of you today, you will go back to your various states, to your various cities, to your various towns. You will tell them that IPOB has come to stay. That IPOB, by the grace of God in heaven, will restore Biafra. That this same IPOB, persecuted and maligned, castigated and propagated against, that this very movement ordained in heaven for the purposes of liberation of Biafra land shall accomplish its mandate. That is why you are all here. Nothing more, nothing less. Therefore, I ask the Almighty in heaven, because you have no beginning and you have no end. Onye ndị mmụọ ozi na-akpụ isi ala nye ọbụla dị ndị okenye ọrụ abụọ na anọ na-atụ mkpọ ọlaedo na-asị na ịdị nsọ Chineke na nsọ ka Jehova dị. Therefore, this very solemn assembly to remember those that fought and died for us all over the world, starting from Japan in the east and will end in Los Angeles, California later on today, that their spirit, oh Heavenly Father, may be accepted unto heaven, because they died fighting for a noble cause. They died doing that which you compelled them to do, and because of their sacrifice, because of their pain, because of our loss upon their lives, oh Heavenly Father, so will Biafra be restored, not to the glory of man, but to the glory of Chukwokikabiama Benigwe, forever and ever we pray. IPOB, one family. IPOB, one family. IPOB, one family. One family. One family. One
I won't get him married. Yes. The blood of the Biafrans.
No, I won't think more.
So, Arodia, good afternoon. I can hand out. No prize here. Yes. Page of honor protesting because the quality. The person but another touch. Attack God. The blood of the I won't get him married. Yes. The blood of the Biafrans.
No, I won't think more.
So, Arodia, good afternoon. I can hand out. No prize here. Yes. Page of honor protesting because the quality. The person but another touch. Attack God. The blood of the I won't get him married. Yes. The blood of the Biafrans.
No, I won't think more.
So, Arodia, Good afternoon. I can wait hand out. More prize here. Page of final protest, because the quality in the question about another touch.
People Biafra said to me, the most high God in heaven, only him can determine my fate and not man. The powers that be in Abuja know that I am without fear before my enemies. I have no fear of any man, born of a woman. Wherever they fix my court case, I will go to it. They arrested me before Nigeria is about to break. They arrest me again, Nigeria will break into pieces. And they know that I am not as stupid as a living girl.
You are what to Igbo in general?
Servant. I serve my people, I serve them. I am a humble servant of our people. By the special grace of God in heaven. I'm not reading anybody. I did that theory that I serve the wider Igbo and Nigeria
ma gba mbọ ozi izili mmiri ntị ma ibe m na-ekwu bụ na ụwa niile anyị ka ibe bụ Igbo nwee nke isi bụ na ndị ọrụ na aka Igbo ịma na Igbo abụọ mere nwere obodo ọ bụ na Igbo na-ekiri obodo ahụ na-emepe emepe obodo amaga n'iru ndị ọrụ okwu ọnụ mmadụ na-ekwu ọnụ Chineke na ndị Igbo gbasara ebe niile bụ owu nwa eri a na-akpọ Igbo n'Igbo abụọ mere nwa ọbụla mụtara nwoke nwa nwaanyị ọ bụ na wedebe establish Igbo bido ụnụ mana amalị na eri a na-ekwu bụ nwa nke isi ebe agụ
Saturday, and I will allow our sister Wada Marian, please present yourselves so that I continue.
Good afternoon, Mazi Johnathan, and how are you today? My name's Marian Hager, and I'll be speaking from Maryland in the United States. And I want to use this opportunity to thank all my fellow Biafrans. I want to say good afternoon to you all. And I'm looking forward to another sitting with you all, discussing about our culture, our religion, and who we are. Hopefully, through today's interactions, we're going to educate each other, learn from one another, and improve ourselves to know more who we are and make use of it to become even a better people as we pursue this project called Restoration of Biafra through the auspices and the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, and everybody who has been putting in their best. So again, I want to thank everybody for making out your time for this precious moment. We take it serious and we appreciate all of you. We did not look at you. We don't think that you have nothing else to do, but we believe that you set things aside just to come to this hello platform. So because of that, may God, our God, our Lord, may He continue to bless each and every one of us as we listen, and may we listen and hear. Indeed, He say.
He say.
Thank you, Mazi.
He say. He say. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you via Radio Biafra London. Today, as we have said it, we dive into religious matters, the subject of our discussion. We discuss religious issues for now, Saturdays. Make no mistake about it. The restoration of Biafra is a peculiar restoration. Do you understand? You know, our leader said, and had been saying it, that if we are restoring, or after Biafra will become like the zoo, it's better it doesn't come. That is why what we do here, mental sanitization, We learn from each other. We expose the truth so that you go and make researches. You know, we go and make researches to find out the reality. Because the more you dig in to understand the realities, the facts, the more you understand that we have been on mental chain for so long. For so long. I'm telling you. Therefore, as the motto of Radio Biafra London says, in defense of freedom, but we are also in defense of freedom by restoring our natural selves and liberating us or ourselves from both mental and physical slavery. That is what we preach here. Do not forget that our leader is still in the enemy territory. But make no mistake about it, our leader must be released by fire, by force. Let me start by reading this security alert. IPOB intelligence unit hereby inform the general public on the new means Fulani terrorists and bandits are smuggling arms and weapons into Biafra land, especially in Anambra State and other neighboring states. We must be at alert. Wherever you see trucks carrying bags of cement, you will see many of the Fulanis or some Northerners on top of those cement trucks like they are going to offload the cement. Be very vigilant anywhere you see them. ESN operatives just intercepted such trucks in Oketiti, Anambra. Some weapons were discovered hidden inside cement bags. Are you understanding? The danger of Fulani bandits and terrorists are real in Biafra land. Be alert, or be at alert, for the days ahead are evil because of the threats of Fulani terrorists. Oh, this is intelligent information. Mụrụ na anya na onye ndị iro gbara gburugburu na-eche ndụ ya nche. That is the reality. Mụrụ na anya onye ndị iro gbara gburugburu na-eche ndụ ya nche. And do not forget that our Radio Biafra CHA 102.1 FM can now be received in these areas. Part of Eche, part of Obiakpo, part of Ikwere, all in Iguacha. Kindly inform your friends and families. Those areas that are not yet covered in Iguacha will soon be covered. IPOB is working very hard in order to make sure that this information being disseminated is heard by all and sundry in the grassroots, because that is what matters. IPOB is people's grassroots movement. That is the reality. Therefore, without taking much other time, let me just read some headlines. Some headlines here before we continue to the subject matter of the day. Defend yourselves. Buhari has lost the capacity to secure lives. Middlebelt Forum tells Nigerians. The same old story. But let me tell people what is happening. You know, the other day we saw, as usual, massacre in Benue, in Plateau. as usual, they come and play lip service and defend yourselves, this and that. It's a welcome development, but people should rise up more because the Fulani, they have taken this thing, the stupidity of the indigenous population. They know that the indigenous population in Nigeria are very dumb. They are very dumb and foolish. That is why they are on the rampage everywhere. You understand? Hundreds of people were massacred. Let me just play all this before I continue.
Afraid and in a hurry, one after the other, these locals can't wait to leave their ancestral homes to avoid being the next victims after Tuesday's brutal attack on two communities.
These people are leaving their ancestral homes. You understand? Being refugees, living. Do you know what it? So when we talk here, please put yourself in the shoes of those people. You leave your ancestral homeland to run away to heaven knows where. You don't know where you are going. Why? Because the Fulanis are on the rampage, being aided by the presidency. Buhari is no more there. Therefore, instead of people to come out and say it as it is, to save lives and the future of the future generations, to tell people that look, Buhari is no more there. That is why people are using his shadows. The worst set of cabals, the worst set of terrorists have taken over Nigerian government because nobody is particularly in charge. So this is their time. Allah have given them this opportunity to do this, and what you see is what you hear is playing politics. Indigenous people will be playing politics. Oh, Buhari, you are calling somebody that is dead and gone. Aisha Buhari said this several times. He opened up thinking that he will spur Nigerians into action to rise up and take back what belongs to them. He said, take back what belongs to you. But what he sees is people coming in the night in order to lick the cabal shoes, these terrorist cabals, in order to beg for positions. She gave up on Nigerians and started to cruise her life. Because even the cabals privately told her, it doesn't matter what you tell Nigerians, they will not do anything. So you better stop what you are doing and live your life. We allow you to cruise, do anything you want, because there is no type of revelation you come and give Nigerians. They will make comedy out of it. They will joke about it. They are dying, going into abyss. They are joking. You see comedians, they will come and drink and make cajole, make comedy, make joke of it. So Aisha Buhari saw it as, oh boy, these people, they merit no pity. Now the Fulani terrorists, they are on the rampage. Listen and listen what happened in Benue.
Afraid and in a hurry, one after the other, these locals can't wait to leave their ancestral homes to avoid being the next victims after Tuesday's brutal attack on two communities in Taka and Goma local government areas that left 24 people dead. For these fleeing residents, including women and children, the means of transportation is inconsequential as long as they can escape further attacks, leaving behind a deserted community. One of the victims, a young man who got hit by a bullet, recounts his ordeal.
Last night on my way from the market, 4 unsuspected heads
upon the Fulani herders attacked Tier 2 community and a lot of people were killed. So it's so barbaric. We really condemn the killings in Benue State.
While political and traditional rulers gather to chart a way forward, Governor Samuel Otom calls for greater action by the federal government to secure the citizens and asks the people to take responsibility for their safety.
One day, more than 20 people killed. This is not right. I'll continue to say it. But I have told my people, defend yourselves. If you need help from me, I'm ready to give you that help.
This is Governor Otom speaking. Yes, he is talking. But as a governor, talking doesn't solve the issue, because he has been speaking for a long time. For a start, have you ever seen a governor leading a protest with the people? Imagine that Governor Otom calls for a state protest in Benue State. Just ordinary, protest. Peaceful protests. Do you know, if he made it that, look, people should come out to protest these killings, now he will be in forefront as the chief security officer. Imagine the way it should go. But all we hear is the rhetorics all the time. No, if you need help from me, and people will clap and there ends it. They say it's 20, but that is bunkum. It's more than, there are hundreds of people killed, slaughtered, many more injured, and all we hear is the same thing. Oh, now this man is highly courageous. That is, there should be boots on the ground. If really all these people, like this governor, is worried about this issue, because it's endless all the time, they should lead a protest. We are not talking of peaceful protests, so that millions of people in that state will rise up. Other states also, governors will lead. But all the care is come and talk for 5 minutes and tell people, oh yeah, this pass anyway. We must continue. This is how the Fulani is conquering everybody. They are using indigenous politicians in order to deliver the people, the land, to themselves. And let me tell you why the Europeans are keeping quiet, are even supporting the Fulanis, because they see that the indigenous people in Nigeria are stupid. This world, there is no space for stupidity, for stupid people. They should be wiped off. What the Fulanis are doing, they are conquering. This is what the Europeans did centuries back. So the Fulanis are repeating the same thing. Why you are going to church, quoting Bible today, they did this thing to our ancestors hundreds of years back. And today you are born into the foreign imposed religion. Islam also, the same thing. And you have forgotten, because you don't study history, that this is the way the Europeans came. If this trend continues unabated, let me tell you what will happen. In the next 100 to 200 years, or less than, our people will be recreated. We will be thinking in another generations that time. They will not even know that there was a time that the new religion they are now being born into is the ancestor people were slaughtered because of it. Now that time they will be calling the Fulani jihadis saints. No, that is the way conquest occurs. You understand? I will not preempt, please. Nonetheless, we must preach the gospel. I guess use your machineke. I will go on into this headline. Kidnapped train passengers. They said federal government opens discussion with terrorists, victims or that is from victims' relatives. Did you remember when the terrorists, the Fulani terrorists, because when they call terrorists, they don't put Fulani terrorists, no, they don't put it. But when they come to IPOB, they must put that word. They proscribed indigenous people. They make sure they put it. But when they talk about terrorists, they don't put Fulani terrorists. They don't. No. They don't put it. These are, the way they program Nigerian journalists. All of them are handy in delivering their own people to the caliphate. Do you understand? All of them. They are using every facet of the society, every institution, in order to make sure that Nigerians, indigenous people, the land is delivered to the Fulani terrorists. Now the presidency have opened the discussions with the terrorists. Do you remember what they said? When the terrorists said that, they openly said that they are not asking for money for hundreds of people that is still under their abduction. They said they are not asking for money. Do you understand? That the federal government, Nigerian government, knows what they want. Now, what they are doing with these terrorists, the Nigerian government, is this. They are talking to them, assuring them that, look, they will do what they want, but they should be given time. This is how that, they will give them details. That if you go it like this, people will backfire. That they are politicians. Don't worry, they will give them assurance and give them the roadmap to the Fulanization. Direct. And before you know it, within small time, what you will hear is, oh, they have been released. Those people have been released. Even after butchering many of them. When that government will come and open. Oh, we have secured the release. Because they have given the terrorists the assurance that their plan is still ongoing. Do you understand? I had a WhatsApp message of somebody that said they had a dream, a vision, this and that, of how the Fulani overtook everywhere in the dream, this and that. And their solution is pray. There I laugh, eh? Yes. Our leader has prophesied this for so long. But what baffles me is still, we should pray. Even the Bible, they put it there, even say watch and pray. That watching means physical something, do something, then pray. But there, Nigerians, Christians in Nigeria, pray. Let us pray so that God will do it. And God is looking at the imbeciles, bunch of stupid, idiotic people, disturbing him, instead of organizing themselves and pursuing these Fulani terrorists into oblivion that they deserve. They continue pray. And last but not the least, as our HOV said, IPOB to enforce ban on cow meat, open grazing April 27. That is the pronouncement of our HOV. We call on people that are dealing, Biafrans that are dealing on cows one way or the other as your business, lucrative business. The Fulanis, they are savvy politically, very smart. They know how to give you small. They give you in order for to get you. You see how they give when you are fishing with line, you put a bait, a small fish or worm in the hook. That worm masks the real hook, the weapon. And the fish will ignorantly see it and say, oh, I saw food. Oh. And when it swallows the hook, the worm, lo and behold, is a trap. That is what the Fulani are doing to indigenous people in Nigeria. They will empower, they know how to come into a community, empower one or two people politically. You make them powerful, make them have money. Now from them they will be buying others because they know that the indigenous people are stupid. Come to talk about it, because I've been reasoning. Why is it everywhere the indigenous people are conquered? Why? I've been asking this question. There I see that, you know, when people fail to go outside in order to see the world and learn, and just watching, according to statistics, it is the indigenous people still intact in this world of 8-point-something billion today. They are between 400 to 600 million. Oh, do you understand me? The people that conquers, and you know, they are people that come from far place. That is history. Sometimes if I study all these things, I become afraid, honestly. We need to redouble our efforts. The only people that went back to conquer and take back their land are these Israelis you are seeing. It's not easy thing. After thousands of years, they went back and conquered, retook their land. Do you understand? All other places, look at every other place. The indigenous people look at in the Amazon. The indigenous American Indians, most of them are living inside the bush. Tourist attraction. Tourism. You go there, you enter their beach and more here. Yeah, and the video, you know, you have banana. Monkey catch and banana. Look at the indigenous people in Australia, the same thing. Papua New Guinea, the Asians, the same thing. The same thing. We need to redouble our efforts in order to reverse this trend. Do you understand? In order to reverse this trend, because what the Fulani are doing is total conquest. This is a glimpse of what our ancestors suffered in the hands of the Europeans. People that bring you the Bible to tell you that you are going to go another place better than here, so continue suffering here. Here doesn't matter to, you know, whether you be poor is even better, admirable. Now, because you have a better place to go. Sadhguru said, it is crime against humanity. Whereas the people that brought you this ideology, they are making their own land a very beautiful, better place. Every blessed day, improving it. When it comes to your mind, they have told, oh, you don't worry, here is not your home, go another place, you know. Think of that place you are going, the heaven. Oh, where it is, you know, the bitumen there, they tie the road with jasper, with diamond and gold. I don't know whether you have anything to say on this before we go into the subject matter of today. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I do. Mazi, I do. I will start from the security information announcement DOS made. It is imperative that we pay attention and take recognition of that information, because let me tell you, most of us, this is my own, thinking, because if not, there should be no reason why some of us are being passive about what is happening, this Fulanization thing. Look at what the strategy the Fulanis are doing. They are coming into our own area, strategically positioning themselves, bringing these weapons. Remember now, what we have to ask ourselves, why are they increasing the activities of trying to come? Because one of them, I will argue that one of the reasons will be this ban of cow meat. Okay, they are not happy about it. So they must find a way to counteract it. What am I saying? So now they're bringing their foot soldiers. They know our gallant ESN men and women are in the bushes, chasing them away. So they cannot, they don't have that luxury anymore to be occupying our bushes. They are attacking, from there attacking us, just like what is happening in Benue State. Autumn is shouting and screaming. He has been doing that. So now, thank God for the vision of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We have our gallant men, the genuine ESN men and women in the bushes, protecting our lands. But now, how do they come in now? How can they have foot soldiers in? That's what they're doing now through this decoy, bringing them in maybe as traders or people, businessmen, bringing cements and whatever it is. Thank God for the vigilant eye that caught them. That's one of the things they're trying to do. Because some of us are thinking, because when I listen to our people clamoring about DOS, Mazi, declare war, declare we have to do something. This war, even if there's going to be anything, it will not be fought the way people are thinking it, like, oh, okay, now we're declaring war, everybody go and get your gun Saturday. No. These guys are 10 steps ahead of us. It's going to be what? Guerrilla warfare. That is why they're bringing these foot soldiers to begin to covertly strategize themselves in our communities, okay, so that systematically, or when they get their fatwa call, they will take us by surprise. We all know that that is why this is going on. So our people must be vigilant, extremely vigilant, to not to allow anybody a foreigner to come and settle. Somebody you don't know in your community, you see the person, please raise a serious alarm. Ask questions. Make sure the person you understand why the person is there, and route them out. Because this is one study they're using. Second study they're using is what? They go, like you said, systematically. The Fulanis are very savvy when it comes to politics and conquest. Look at another thing they are doing. They come in as society. They empower or they install one or two criminals, empower them through money, through making them rich and giving them political position. Through that persons or individuals, they begin to take possessions of our land through edict or through the power of the government. Look at what Otodimba is doing, trying to force himself to get land for Ruga. It's happening in Anambra, it's happening in Enugu, in all our lands. They are using all this puppet installed to be taking our land violently against the will of the people and the wish of the people. There was a news I saw 2 days ago. I can't remember, I think it's Iguani or whatever. I'm not sure, I can't remember. But one of these governors in the eastern part is trying to buy up land, okay, buy up people's land, give them 250,000 and then a cow. It's what is he doing with this land?
It's Ugwanye.
Okay, Ugwanye. So nobody's asking question. What are you doing with this land? There is no clause from this, because these people he's buying these lands from, I'm not trying to downgrade them, are not savvy and may not be asking questions. There is no group or organization like I remember when I was growing up, we had something called age grades. There is no age grade that had disseminated that thing, that you have leadership in the grassroots that been asking, what do you want to do with this land, or making these governors to sign a clause that this land can only be used for development for the people, putting infrastructure. It can never be given to the Fulanis or any foreigner or any foreign entity. Nobody is, and these are some of the cause I'm calling. We don't have such bodies that are looking out. So now they're using these governors and these individuals empowering through political appointments as stooges, or giving them money, starting business for them to acquire our lands. Now they're bringing their foot soldiers. Now flip it on the other way, Mazi. We don't have anybody. I don't think we have our own foot soldiers in their own area. We don't. In the northern, we don't have. What we have there are our brothers and sisters that are only interested in businesses. These people don't even most of them are detached from this agitation we are going through. You talk to them about this agitation, they'll be like, leave me alone, I'm doing my business. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys leave this in alone, it's not going to work. But look at the Fulanis bringing their foot soldiers in. Autumn that is screaming. If the people want him to do something, he's going to help them. My question to Governor Autumn, I hope he gets this message directly. Governor Autumn, you've been screaming and yelling. There's a whole lot you could have done. One is, just like you mentioned, Mazi, has he come out as the security leader of this head of this particular state led a protest? Has he mandated and empowered his government institution here, that is the House of Assembly, to promulgate a law to promote people or to empower the people to get privately owned arms to defend themselves? He hasn't done that. Has he tried to work with us? Because I remember when there was, I may not be completely right, but I remember there was a time Mazi made a phone call because I made the announcement because of some of our something structure reality, because people that are being killed, 20 today, 20 tomorrow. These are lives that are being wasted. And then all these people that you're displacing, they are never going to come back. Even if they are coming back, not all of them will come back. The question becomes, what happens to their land? This is how the Fulani begin to occupy it. By the time you know it, assimilate themselves into it, but because they have a long time go and they can be patient, in the next couple of 100 years to come, not even 100 years, these Fulanis will become the emirs. They have taken that place. That's how they operate. And again, why our people should not allow, because another thing I think is happening to the indigenous people, even in the United States here, that was how they were literally wiped out, the American Indians. They're in the reservations now. That's where they are. Unless you're somebody who has interest in understanding the history of America, you may not even know they do exist. You may not even know that they're owners of this place. What am I saying? Indigenous people always have this tendency of thinking, because we have been living in this land for thousands of years, it's not going to be easy for anybody to come and take over this place for us. That's one of the illusions they are into. We need to face reality. It has been happening. It will continue to happen. Another topic I'll bring before I will go into the main topic today is this. Look at what the Fulanis are doing. Because you mentioned it, I'm going to touch on it quickly. When the Western, the slave masters or the Western civilization, they came, the white men, they came, the Europeans, they used our youths, okay, to conquer us. Because it was when they began to bring this Western civilization to our youth began to challenge our elders. That was how they were able to overcome us. Now, flip it, what the Fulanis are doing. Fulanis are not using our elders, our youths, I meant to say. The Western civilization used our youths. Fulanis are using our so-called elite and elders. If you pay attention in this agitation, all these politicians, these are people that are supposed to be either by age or by position, the elite or the elders of the society. They are the ones that strongly using to overcome us. And I don't understand why these individuals are like ostrich that bury their heads in the sand. This thing is real. Are they not hearing this news? Why are they keeping quiet? How can you have a country, a community where people are being killed, citizens are being killed? The president will never come out to make a statement. I have never said anything like this in my life before. He can't even come out to send condolence messages to the people. He can't even come out to condemn their total silence. Nobody's asking questions. The House of Assembly are not saying anything. The senators are not doing anything. Everybody is like they're under a spell. I've never seen a country like this before, a community like this. Where is the president of Nigeria? Where is the president? Why can't people ask questions? Why can't people write and ask? This thing cannot continue to happen. It might be 20 today, 20 tomorrow, but by the time you total it in a week, you will see how many people that are being slaughtered. I heard the news today. Now going to use helicopter to escort a train. This Nigeria is completely finished. You ask yourself, tell me economic balance in this thing they're trying to do. Mazi, there's a whole lot to bring it, but I just wanted to touch on this news highlights you pointed before we go ahead. It's really disheartening. The main thing, our people, everybody. It is not going to be relegated to ESN to do this. ESN are in the bushes. People in the community should have their eyes wide open. Anybody that is not familiar to your community, route them out, speak, raise alarm, and then not only that, make sure the individuals are flushed out. They are trying to penetrate, stay and wait for that announcement of fatwa. They're going to implode us from inside out. May God help us. As we pray, may we too do what we're supposed to do. And may Chukwokike help us, man.
They say, without wasting more time, because there is a preamble, but I love it so. This question of indigenous people, always victims, it scares me, honestly. It scares me. Everywhere, the aborigines, everywhere, the indigenous people are victims, or they are relegated to, tourist attractions, like the Maasai of Kenya and Tanzania.
Yes,
the people go there to watch human animals. I call it human animals. They bring them, they come and do entertain visitors, and that is what is the difference?
And make money and make money off them. They make money off them. They go there
and give them
money off them. The people are not making the money, free money
as animals. Is that
National
what you
Geographic?
want? I'm asking Biafrans, is that what you want our generations to be relegated to? This is a fight to finish, honestly speaking.
Yes.
It doesn't matter where you are listening my voice or listening our voices from anywhere in this part of in any part of the world. As a Biafran, you have to think. I want always to sting you. Your ability to think. Not only money. Think about our future generations. This thing that these people are doing, that call themselves politicians, what they are playing today, just reason how it's going to affect our future generations. And there you will appreciate the work of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on Radio Biafra London. Without wasting any other time or taking any other time, I will go into the topic of our discussion today. The topic, it says, African indigenous religions and spirituality. That is going to be the topic of our discussions. And as I used to say, please stop calling these people the House of Fulani. There is nothing like House of Fulani as a people. The Hausas were conquered by the Fulani. One person, Ottoman Danfodio, he used religion, the same thing we are talking about today. The danger of foreign religion being imposed on people is immense. I'm telling you honestly. Today we are going to at least touch on it. The same foreign religion, Ottoman Danfodio, because he read, he studied Arabic and studied Islam. Now he started quoting Hausas, quoting to them, teaching them. It's a foreign religion, Islam. Oh, you people are not getting it right. Not that he brought Islam to them, but he's teaching them in his own way the right path, the true Islam, because they were not practicing Islam. Imagine that the Hausas were concentrated on doing their own religion. Who is going to come from which Fulani will come and start teaching them or their own thing? How their ancestors were doing their own thing. Let us learn from history. Ottoman Danfodio single-handedly manipulated the brains of the Hausas to conquer themselves for him. And today we see the resultant effect. The Hausas are turned into Almajiri, beggars.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your voice is on.
Yeah, yeah. That you born children and release them after winning them, after removing them from breastfeeding, to release them to Fulani, is it imams or marabouts? Yes.
Sheikh.
Yes, sheikh, yes.
The sheikh. The sheikh is the teacher.
Yes, the Islamic teachers. And they twist their
brains.
Yes, they twist their brains right from babyhood. Ask yourself, do they practice such in even where the birthplace of Islam, Saudi Arabia? Or if you go to Saudi Arabia, Mecca, in pilgrimage, do you see very filthy people, children, begging on the streets? Do you see them? Do you see them in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai? Do you see them in Kuwait? Do you see them in any Arab country? Even in North Africa? Do you see them? The answer is no. Why is it so? It is a mental conquest. The way the Fulani try to manipulate your brain, the way they want, twist it, so that you believe that, oh, they start training your children right from 2 years, babyhood, that the Fulanis are superior. It is high time you liberate yourself from mental slavery, because this restoration of Biafra is not only for Biafra, it's for the indigenous people in Nigeria. That is what we are doing, for everybody to be free. We want Hausas to be free and live a very decent life as a people. Do you know that the Hausas, we are one of the most civilized part of medieval Africa, Black Africa? Do you know that? They were making mosques in even 17th century, 18th century. The Hausa, they already knew the art of manufacturing what do you call it, this gunpowder and the muskets, then guns, blunderbusses. You know, when some countries, even in the West, in Europe, we are still using bows and arrows. Do you know that? But Fulani, once the Hausa, once they had the touch of the Fulani, they reverse all their advancements, and they stagnate them. Not only stagnating them, they made them to they became beggars. No more brain. The Hausa brains are in the hands of the Fulani. They twist it as they want, using religion. Please, it is high time you Hausas to rise up in order to take what belongs to you. The Sokoto you are seeing today, the Sokoto Caliphate, it is after the conquest of Gobi, the Hausa race, that they renamed it to Sokoto. You understand? They formed the Caliphate, Sokoto Caliphate. It wasn't the original name. The original name was Gobir. So the Hausa should rise up in order to face the reality, or you become slaves forever. Choose you today. Please stop calling them the Hausa Fulani. They are different. Hausas and Fulani are different set of people. Now, as I said, the topic of our discussions today is African indigenous religions and spirituality. Let me start by saying, according to one professor of indigenous African religions, his name is Jacob Olukbona. African spirituality simply acknowledges that beliefs and practices touch on and inform every facet of human life, and therefore African religion cannot be separated from the everyday or mundane. That is the reality. You know, when you talk about religion, it is not about only it's simply the way of the culture, the way of life. Let me continue. I'm coming. For starters, religion informs everything in traditional African society. Traditional African society, including political art, marriage, health, diet, dress, economics, and death. Therefore, religion is simply a way of life or culture and can never be separated from the public sphere. African spiritual beliefs and religions are not bound by any written text, just like other foreign religions. Instead, they are primarily based on oral tradition and has never been fully codified with fixed creed. Why gaining converts? That is conquest. Gaining converts is the primary objective of mainstream foreign religions. But what is central to African indigenous religions is neither belief, faith, or gaining converts, but ritual. You know, when we talk about ritual, people misunderstand it. You know, this is just a language misunderstanding. I don't blame people because you know, English, they are using English to play pranks, you know, pranks on us. Ritual is just a religious or solemn ceremony consisting of a series of actions performed according to a prescribed order. That is ritual, simple. In even every church, every religion, there are rituals. But you see our people, once you go, you say, I want the ritual. No. No, let us be understanding this language we communicate with. That is English. It's foreign, but let us be interpreting it in a way, a layman's understanding, please. These African religions have no sacred books or writings and are learned by doing, by participation and experience, rather than by instruction and teaching. Therefore, African traditional religion or indigenous religion is a religion of practicality that teaches and cherishes deep humanity, which signifies that it does not encourage hypocrisy, lies, or any form of corruption. The role of humanity is generally seen as one of harmonizing nature with the supernatural. I'm talking about African indigenous religions and spirituality. You know, there is something I want to bring out here. When you see a religion trying to preach to somebody to convert you, that conversion, that word conversion, in another word, it means conquest, to conquer you. Because they are not doing it that they love you or they want you, the spiritual well-being of it. No, for you to become part of them, so that they can manipulate your pattern of reasoning. Do you understand? Once they manipulate, they can be able to control your way of reasoning. Now they have gotten you. They will be able to control your behavior. That is why when you, bro Peter, your name today is Peter. Please don't, behave like a Christian. They will mentally they are trying to control your pattern of reasoning, so that your standard, you take your standard from their pattern, from the religion they impose on you, to put you into that cage, so that you don't think again outside that cage. That is why sometimes you see our people, once you talk one or quote say Chineke, why can't you talk be open? Must it be that standard? Must it be that standard? That place they put you quote. Why don't you be vast, more versatile? You understand? And in our culture, African indigenous religions, that is our culture. We don't need to convert people to come to our culture. No. Do you understand? Our African religion is mostly about faith, having faith based on teachings. No. It is about doing, practicality. It is also about how you connect with your environment, the environment you find yourself in. That is why when these foreigners came, they tried to thwart us by disconnecting us with our environment. Just a simple, very primary example. Look at our so-called pastors today. Just look at their dressing. You will see somebody, because he answer a pastor, a man of God. Now he will wear suit in a 40 degrees Celsius environment with tie, so that in order to behave that way, that code, that way, that religion wants him to be. Do you understand? It's absurd. Normally, converting people means conquering. You can interpret it as conquering. Converting people to foreign religion is conquest. That is it. And if people, they want you to be, they are doing something good for us, why do they want to convert us in our own traditional way of doing things, our traditional religion? In African traditional religions, we don't impose one culture to another. That is where they say live and let live. When you go, it is about how you behave, because our traditional religion, it takes charge of our daily lives, the way we live, what we eat, what we do. You understand? There are things they will tell you in this community. No, there is some meat, you don't eat it. You don't kill this in the bush. You don't go to farm so dates. A kuku like in our place. It is about our environment. It is about ourselves, who we are as a people. So why should I come now? I start imposing my way of life to another person. Does it make a sense? Sense? Religion. That is the reality. So, whereas we ourselves, our indigenous religions, Africa, we don't oblige people. We saw it as it's our way of life. Why should we impose it on people? Go to their land and you respect their system also, as you see it. But the Europeans, they broke the rule. People that massacred us in our millions, now they are the people now that we are following what they brought to us, what they imposed onto us as a religion. King Leopold II massacred half of Congolese as of that time. More than 15 million people. He killed for fun. But today they are the saints. They are saints. Do you understand? It He killed for fun. But today they are the saints. They are saints. Do you understand? It but today they are the saints.
Their culture, which is this religion we call Western religion. Because when you ask ourselves, Christianity, to whom is Christianity really indigenous to? That's a big question. Because I know our people reference Israel. It's not indigenous to Israel. Yeshua never practiced Christianity. He was a Jewish man that practiced Judaism. When was the last time you heard that that Judaism is going about killing people or conquering people? No.
Never.
Never.
Instead,
I mean, you said that at night. You said that the light went off in my head. Oh my God! It's like Renaissance for me.
Yes. Do you know what? Instead, the Jewish people, Judaism, they even hide their religion from people because they know they cherish it to them. Why would they put
it? They don't even want you to come in. They don't want you to come inside it.
Yeah, gone.
So I'm telling you, I started thinking since that, Mazi, think about it. Because this thing they're calling Christianity, the movement started from Greece. From Greece, they moved it to Rome. From Rome, they changed it, organized it, it became a religion. The same thing happened with Islam. A human being called Muhammad said he got an inspiration. He was visited by Jibril. Came up with this concept. And that's Islam. Islam is not indigenous to anywhere in the world. When you talk about Hinduism, because there was a class I took called Ayurveda. That is because when you talk about Hinduism, you got to talk about Ayurveda too. Ayurveda is like the spiritual component of Hinduism. That is their healing part of how they heal. They use roots and herbs to heal. Just like when we're talking about our own religion, we talk about using roots and herbs to heal. So in Indian culture, you have Ayurveda. I took some classes in Ayurveda. Okay, they don't even expose this thing to you. When you talk about that, that's when you begin to get like the Buddha. When you talk about the Buddha, you talk about yoga and all these things. These are the spiritual component of this indigenous religion. They don't force you. In fact, they keep it secret. It's of recent that people are beginning to tap into them, and what people are getting are not the truth, because the truth they hide it. Even in Judaism, there's something called Kabbalah. Jewish people do not want you to know about Kabbalah because that is the essence of Judaism. There are a lot of people who practice Judaism today. They don't know about Kabbalah because it's removed in the Torah. It's a secret code. Because when you are exposed to the knowledge of Kabbalah, you can do a lot of things. So, when you say this in Allah, we're not in my head. So, this is why indigenous religions or cultures have been subdued and subjugated, because their mindset, because of what they're practicing, the whole idea of indigenous religion, like I said, I'm taking it broader because I talk about it not just, only geared towards Africa. You find that when you come to that, what people want to do with that is they want to know it's all about God, life, man, spirit, ancestors, good, evil, justice, death. They want to, all these things, they want to bring them together to understand the essence or the meaning of life or this universe where we are, or creation. So their focus is not on conquest or looking for whom to marginalize. So this exposes them to be more receptive to foreigners. Yes, to conversion. They receive people because, when you don't have a criminal mind, you cannot think like a criminal. That is the people that are most vulnerable. That's where innocent people are mostly the ones that are being coined easily, because because you don't have the ability to think about something, you can't imagine it happening to you. So indigenous people, their quest is about spiritualism. And when you think about it, somebody like me who practices spiritualism, I strongly believe from my experiences and my practice of what I do, in the spiritual realm, it's so unstable. Things are not static. That's where the manipulations take place. You mentioned it briefly. I don't know whether you caught the phrase you used there, Mazi. When you come to like create all this religion called, these two major religions called Christianity and Islam, you'll be doing like something is happening to you. Instead of the person to think outside the box, you say, the book of Galatians said this. You stay on it, invoking the same ritualism, nothing is happening, and you don't have the mindset, because your mind has been conditioned that it must be done this way. The people are not thinking outside the box to say, let me try the other way. Oh no, you go outside that box, you are now a sinner. People are caged into a particular mentality and people are being destroyed. Meanwhile, in the spiritual realm, things are unstable, because that's why you can manipulate things to exist here. So because of this religion, the main component of it is for conquest. The first of all come in a settled way. We are bringing you this good news. We are bringing you something better than what you have. Either you accept it, which is the same thing the Muslims do. When they talk about taqiyya, the part of the taqiyya is they will talk to you, try to convert you, in a peaceful way. If you refuse, then the Quran, allows them or encourages them to use violence.
Just let me say something. Just 1 second.
Sure.
If for example, we have I think is it in this platform somebody called one of our brothers Hugo, that there was a man, a Biafran that they delivered when his wife has a restaurant where in the midst of the northern Muslims in Enugu, and they were talking to the husband, ready to pay him, give him money to change to become a Muslim. Now, can somebody buy you, give you monetary inducement for you to, to better your life, so that because he loves you? There is something behind that. It's an investment. Of course. They invest on your brain, so that now once they use money, they cage you. Once they get you, they will be able to control your pattern of reasoning. And once they get your pattern of reasoning in their hands, finish. Your behavior is in their hands. There are things they can manipulate you. You have limitations, because there are things you do. They say no. This is not Islamic. Don't do that. Now they have gotten you. You go like this. They say no. This is it. No. This is sin. This is haram. Don't do that. The same thing to Christians. Don't do this. It's a non-Christian. This your stop going to this your brothers, your family. They have bad people there. I see it in vision. It's in
psychology we call it isolation. When you want abuse, that's one of the alarm bell that goes when you see an abuser. The first thing they do is to isolate you from people that can help you.
Exactly.
That's what you're talking about.
So they can have complete control of your life.
Control, of the person.
Go on.
Yeah. So what I was saying, because that thing you did just provoked my thought. It started going like haywire. I tried to capture it because I didn't want it to leave. This is because you never will hear. Forget about some of these fake people that come on Facebook and say, No. In the olden days, advertise. Your handwork, a spiritualist, is your handwork that will bring people to you. That is why when they come out in the morning, they call the chief and say, bring me people. You don't advertise your people, because the whole thing was not to, first of all, enrich yourself through manipulation. No. Second thing was not for you to force your religion or this spiritual practices you're doing on somebody. No. You are there to heal the people,
or to entice somebody. Enticing.
Yeah. No. The whole idea was to bring harmony by interacting with the spiritual dimension, humanity, and standing on the truth to bring harmony, because they believe, the traditional religions believe that we are all in this together. So spiritual practice is to bring harmony. the spiritual realm and the physical realm, bring it so that man will have this experience. But these two religions are not like that. They come in a settled way. Like I said, let me use a place as an example. They came in, told us that ancestral worship was wrong, idol worshiping was wrong. Give us those things. You don't have to pay libation in the morning when you come out. Call your ancestors. It was a sin. You don't have to do what is it called again? When a child is giving birth, after a few days, you go and consult from the oracles to find out what spirit has come back. That's the way I qualify. It's not the soul, because I believe in reincarnation of the spirit. What spirit has invaded these individuals so that they can know how to navigate or structure that child so that that spirit will be able to have his full express his full potentials. They said it was a wrong thing to do. Okay, so our youth, the younger generation, began to reject them. But once they were able to conquer that particular society or group of people, the same thing they ask you not to do, they will repackage them and bring them back. Mazi, what am I saying? Idol worshiping, that shall not worship anything that is made of graven image. But they brought symbols, call them saints, call them Virgin Mary, Fatima, and people are bowing down to them. What is the difference between that and what we are doing? You go to church, you ask a pastor to give you prophecy. What is the difference between giving you prophecy and consulting the oracle? All of you are trying to access the spiritual realm. That's what you're doing. Okay? You go to church, the pastor says he's speaking in tongues, he's speaking heavenly language. And they're telling you that going to a true native doctor, a spiritualist, when he's invoking incantation, he is doing something bad. Oh, I wish I can remember what they call it in Igboland. When you're all trying to access the spiritual realm, whether it's through chanting of incantation or speaking in tongues. Even though I know that these they're speaking in tongues are fake, because you don't even understand what you're saying. But the native man, the spiritualist that in chanting those incantations, understand what he's saying, can tell it to you. You can even understand when he's invoking the ancestors and telling them what he wants them to do, or the spirit. So they repackage this and bring it to us, because by then they have conquered you. They have brainwashed us. So we won't even understand that what they have done is repackaging of the original thing we had before, because their sole aim is to have total control of us. And once they have that total control, Mazi, they are in control of our economy, they are in control of our way of life. Everything we are, they stripped away from us. We become volunteered slaves to them. Voluntarily we'll be following them, even though we may be grumbling. So that's what has happened to us, Mazi. It just opened my eyes, because I've been asking this question. So I'm going to cap it up. The reason why it looks like the indigenous religions are being captured is because their sole aim of indigenous religion is spiritual awareness, bringing harmony between mankind, nature, God, making sure that everybody brought the harmony. Their quest is not for conquest. They are not there to marginalize anybody or have their ways imposed on somebody else. That is the kicker I have picked up today. Thank you, Mazi, for provoking my thought. Let's move on.
We move on. I want to, concerning this indigenous religion, I want to talk something even about Japanese indigenous religion of Shinto under Buddhism. Now, do not forget, every time I used to reiterate it here, that Japanese, they resisted the European Christian religion for 265 years. 265 years they resisted that these people should not conquer them mentally. Today, where is Japan today? Japan is a tiny country with the group of islands, that is archipelago. But the whole 54 countries of Africa go to Japan.
They are the leading age. They are leading age in technology, Mazi.
Yes.
Their own technology is different. They are leading age in, forget about that. Western world is not talking about them. They're presenting America. Mazi, Japanese products, Japanese technology are better than American technology.
Of course.
I'm telling you.
Of course.
My daughter, I have only one child. My daughter is so fascinated about Japanese. My daughter made me to begin to follow the history of, or the story of Japanese people. Man, these people are too much. Where they are, some of the technology they have today, Russia, China, America don't have them. I'm telling you. They are so far advanced. But the only thing is because of what happened during the Second World War, how America used the bomb, the nuclear bomb to, subdue them. And then after that, they came into some kind of alliance. So, you can never, a student can never outshine the master, no matter how smart the student is. So that is the relationship between Japan and America, or somebody like America today. But I'm telling you, most of the technology America is using today, Japans are the originators of them. They are way ahead.
Of course.
Take it to the bank.
Of course. Do you know, as I said, Japan, they resisted this Western religion called Christianity. Any Japanese they saw that accepts Menena Fana Habupu Ishi and the family. Today, where is Japan today? Japan today is, as Awada said, they are at the cutting edge of technology. You are dying to get visa to Japan to go and walk brakata, walk full day. Do you understand?
And when you get there, you must first learn their language.
Direct.
To function.
Direct. So
you must learn their culture, their language to function. That's the first thing they must introduce you, because they are one of the closed societies before. They didn't want their culture to be corrupted. It's only of recent that you may hear that somebody is married to a Japanese woman. It was impossible before. The Indians did the same thing. It's only on recent because they wanted to control. Even Jewish people did it. They continue to do it. It's only on recent, like in America, you will see a Jewish person married outside Jewish bloodline. They might be Poland Jewish, but they be Jewish because they try to control their culture through their what religion you call Judaism. That's their way of life. Everything that is about them, who they are. They maintain it, they control it, and that's why you see them progressing in anywhere you find a Jewish person. Forget about whether it's American Jew, British Jew, Poland Jew, Polish Jew. They are one. They are one. They practice that culture. That's what binds them together. Judaism. So when we have that is go ahead, Mazi.
What I was saying. Let me say this about the Japanese culture. That is their traditional religion, indigenous Shinto religion. There is something they call the samurai code of Bushido.
Yes.
This samurai code of Bushido in their indigenous Shinto religion itself traces 8 ideals of virtues which samurai are supposed to follow until the day they die. Let me
samurai soldier.
Benevolence, courage, respect, sincerity, righteousness, honor, self-control, and loyalty. By following them, a samurai could fulfill his duties to his lord and to Japanese society as a whole. In a lot of ways, a samurai's worth was determined by how well he followed the code. A constant, never-ending test to show the world how a hero was supposed to behave. Bushido detects that if a samurai fails in his duties as the samurai, then he is required to commit ritual suicide called suppeku in atonement. Suppeku is regarded as an act of courage which essentially erases any shortcoming or mistake the samurai might have made. This is the core of their religious belief, their indigenous religion. But let me say this now. Imagine that the Japanese accepted this Christian religion or Islam. First of all, the foreign religion will now bullshit their indigenous belief that no, what you are doing is evil. How can you be code of Bushido? It's a devil. Do you understand?
How can you commit suicide?
How can you commit suicide?
Yeah.
But look at the 8 codes, the initial 8 ideas or virtues of this samurai. Do you see any place where they write killing somebody or stealing? All is the same thing. benevolence. Is it not what also other religions are preaching? Courage, respect. But like in what they put in our head.
Mazi, 1 minute, please. You're saying, Mazi, you said that's what other religions are preaching. These two Western religions, they may preach it, but they don't practice. That the difference. Because what you just read out.
I'm coming there.
Oh, okay.
Now,
okay, Mazi.
You know, when you say courage, now it is part of their culture. In their traditional religion, you have to be courageous. But you know, in our own, for example, the religion they brought to us told us that, look, if they slap you one side, turn the other side. If your enemies carry gun to kill you, just go down and pray. There's in this book of the foresight, the Biafran war story. Even on Madebo's book also I read. When Onisha, during the Nigerian brutal genocide against Biafran, they called the Civil War in 1967 to 1970. There was this story when Onisha fell. Onisha, I think it was either 1969, something thereabout. People were running away from Onitsha. There is this about 300 religious church. I think they are either cherubim and seraphim in Onitsha there. They said they had that, look, these Maruedas, they were coming. Everybody on their own. Onitsha has fallen. These people, they stayed in their church, locked themselves in, praying to God that God will save them, that God will stop these people from coming. Do you know what happened? This Mohammedan, the Nigerian military entered there and slaughtered all of them. The number was, they say, over 300. Now, is it not stupidity?
Yeah, because that does not negate the power of God. Okay. There is power, but it gave us sense. It doesn't negate it.
Because it gives you sense.
Yep.
You understand? He said, watch and pray. Even in their book, he said, watch and pray. That watching is action that you have to take. So, you know, use your sense. Watch you. Not only praying like a stupid person. Watch you. That is watching. But lo and behold, the way they preach this religion to us, to turn us into stupid, imbecilic, foolish people today. Anything, pray, God will do it for us. Amen. Now, in this Japanese traditional religion, the Shinto religion, the code of the Bushido, benevolence, courage. That courage means if you are being attacked, if you see enemy coming to attack you, you reinforce yourself and attack back. Japan, they bought the first weapon, the first samples of weapons, gunpowder, muskets brought by the Europeans. I think in 15th century, Portuguese, Netherlands, English, Europeans. They came, they discovered, they saw Japan, because Japan have been there, Japanese islands. The first contact. And the Europeans say, we have this to give you, we have this to for sale, we are going about, we come from a far place. Then the Japanese say, okay. They did a test of how the musket can shoot this and that. Japanese, they were people using only bows and arrows and swords. As of that
and their sword.
Yes.
Samurai sword.
Yes. So, but when they saw the technological advancement of the Europeans, they were fascinated. And they bought all these samples. They said, don't worry. As they are giving them all this in making, trading with them, buying and selling with them, they are missionary because they go with their missionaries. With the same ships. They have entered on the ground preaching. Oh, there is this book, there is one man that died for you in the cross, this and that. They started preaching. The Japanese say, what? We are interested in your physical technological advancement. Not in this your prayer. We don't know what you are saying. We have our own way of life. We have our own way of, connecting into spirituality. So why should you come and start telling us we should leave our own and follow your own? They immediately understood that this is total conquest they want to do. They want to inflict on them. They told them politely, we buy your goods, go back and bring more. Immediately the Europeans took money or gold or anything that time and went back. We are going back. You know, it's through ship that time. The Japanese replicated with their, they know that there is problem.
Look, I just want to call your attention here.
Okay.
You have preached this thing before, but let me tell you why I'm stopping you. You're going to continue. There is something you just said. They bought the goods, the guns. They did not keep quiet. They went into research mode. They took action. They knew reality was going to hit them. They did something. They didn't start praying. They didn't just start chanting Shitu prayers. They went into action and were able to do something before their enemies came back. Mazi, continue. I just wanted to bring it up because this is the point. One of the key points we are making. We cannot continue to be on the passive side. We must use what we have or whatever we are laying our hands on to advance ourselves. We cannot keep quiet and be praying. God cannot come down from heaven. Mazi, please, I hope you didn't forget your thought trend. Go ahead.
Okay. So when these people came back, before these people could come back, Japan, they have replicated all their war machines by themselves through what one other said, practicality. Waiting because they have brain that there is problem coming. And after some years, when the Europeans came back in a full force, in order to conquer them and to impose their Christian religion on them, they were surprised. Japanese were waiting for them in the seashores. Everywhere, musket and guns, heavy guns. They blew the Europeans out of inside the water. They blew all of them to hell. Now, according to the virtues of this code, the Japanese religion, did you see anywhere they talk about kill people, manipulate somebody in order to gain something? No. In order to tell you that normally our traditional religion, what he preaches, contrary to what, there is something, what the propaganda they use against us. You will see somebody say, history tell us that we are killing our twins.
Human sacrifice, twin baby, human sacrifice, stuff like that.
Let me ask people, the people that write this in history, is it not these people that are telling? Look, just watch CNN, BBC on the current Russian-Ukraine issue. Watch how they say things and twist things. These are people that wrote you how our ancestors behave, and we are reading it and accepting it. Is it Florence Nightingale or who again stopped the killing of twins? That is rubbish. There is no religion or no culture that is perfect. Everybody, every culture. What about Christianity? People don't understand the atrocities committed using the name of Christianity during the medieval period. They will never preach all these things to you. That they cut off people's neck, burn people alive in the name of Christianity. That the person said something against Christianity, heresy. They preach heresy. What the Islam call blasphemy today. They have blasphemy laws in some Islamic countries. In Christianity, they did it. They burned the people at stake. People were alive and they put fire, burning people at stake. No, they don't preach to you this. Before, what they always tell you, that time our ancestors, they were committing this. That is bunkum, for goodness sake. We should have our eyes open. These people, they are there for the full conquest. Mental conquest is the highest conquest. I will go on. Now, belonging to specific local ethnic groups Africans, through their religions and spirituality, are deeply embedded in and informed by the various ecologies of foragers, pastoralists, and the horticulturalists, as they are also by the social structures of these societies. They dwell in their cultures, live and let live. These are religions of the living, not so much preparing for afterlife. Rather, it is geared towards meeting the challenging of everyday life, illness, misfortune, mourning, and comforting, but also toward feasting, life, fertility, and togetherness, even in death. Do you understand? What I'm trying to say here is that our traditional religion deals with life. Do you understand? Life, and our surrounding, how to live better life even. It is our system of life, our way of life, how we relate to one another, the fraternity, everything concerning our lives. But do you know what? This foreign religion, when they came, they saw that we are highly spiritual. They tried to break that cord. To turn us against our own land. And the resultant effect is what we are seeing today. The foreign imposed religion succeeded in breaking the umbilical cord between Africans and their ancestors, and cutting these ancestral ties means cutting our connections with our past, our natural self, our land, our history, just like a bastard that doesn't know his father. That is what they have succeeded in turning us into. So that I may be a Riziaka. We started calling now quoted foreign, whereas we don't even understand who we are again. This is what we are trying to reverse in this hallowed platform. Do you understand? So that we get connected back to our real self. I want to ask people, please, because when we talk, it doesn't matter the way we shout or the way we talk. We like to be reasonable. Can you tell me the rationality, the rationale? Can you tell me the rationale behind when you see the list of saints, nonsense that are being called on today? You don't see a black African inside it.
Even Asian.
Yeah.
Asian.
Yeah. I don't know whether the black African. One person will say, no, Father Tansi, no, he was not canonized. Let me tell you one thing. People don't understand. Father Tansi, Reverend Father Cypriel Michael Iwene Tansi, he was from Aguilera. He was only beatified by Pope John Paul in the second, in 1998, but never canonized to a saint. But do you know one thing? Mother Teresa, is it Mary Teresa?
Mother Teresa.
Yes.
I don't know
she's an Albanian Indian. Was beatified in 2003 and immediately canonized as a saint in 2016. Mother, as a saint of Saint Teresa of Calcutta. But what about Africans? No way. Father Tansi was only beatified, blessed. So when you look at all these things, you see, does it mean that God created the whole world and forgot Africa? We are useless. No, we are not good enough. People should be thinking. We provoke people's thoughts here so that you start thinking, not what they call us, what they position us to be. We continue being it. What makes us human beings is our ability to reason. That is what made us to be different from ordinary dogs, from ordinary cats. Only what all these animals want, food. You bring a food, you get them. To keep food for them, you get them. In 1,000 years, a dog cannot prepare his own food. No. You understand? So the difference between them and us, these animals and us, It's our ability to reason in order to wriggle out from that place that they position us into. That is it.
Even though the genetic profile separating us from them might be one or two.
Go on before I continue.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I was just saying that what you're saying. I say even though the genetic profile that's separating us or making us more superior than them might be one genetic protein or another, but that single genetic protein goes a long way. So no matter how much you train a dog, no matter how long it takes, dog can never be able to prepare his food because it's missing that genetic protein that gives us the ability to be able to rationalize, think, so that's what we must understand. But going back to what you said earlier on, Mazi, if you go back, or if we go back, if any one of us that are listening today or may listen in the future can go back to the the Japanese summary conduct you listed, Mazi, I just made a little bit of research. It's literally the same thing with African traditional religion conduct.
Of course.
Literally. And I can challenge myself today or any other person that if we make investigation or research, it applies to every other indigenous religion. So you can see why these two religions, this man, I call it modern day organized religion, are the ones creating this problem and chaos. That is the problem. That's the key. So we must understand that we have been gamed, we have been duped, and then go back to begin to take back what belongs to us, because that's the only way we can escape, because that's the easiest way for them to control, manipulate. That's what is happening in the world today. They're using religion to come in, manipulate those people that so-called brought us this religion, talking about the Roman Catholics, which of course the name tells you everything. Roman Catholics is Roman culture. They organized it and began to spread it all over the world. How many of them are dedicated? How many of them are so fanatical like our people back home? You don't see them like that. I mean, they still practice their religion, but they are not so much tuned in like our people, that everything you have to be calling God, God, God. Things we can do ourselves, we cannot do it. Get up and do something we cannot do. You are waiting on God to come down and do what you and I can practically do. Then why are we humans? This is all we are trying to say here. There are things that are reserved for God. Spiritual things are left for God to do. Those who believe in, spiritualism or any kind of religion. But the practical things are for you and I to do them. We have mind to reason. We have brain to reason. And that's what we must do. Because, when we talk about human brain, like you said one of our broadcasts, that we don't even use up to the 10% capacity. Another thing that is happening is, look at when a child is born in Africa, a child is born in Nigeria. What is the child being introduced to? Religiosity. That's what the child is being. The child is not being introduced to technology. It's religion. Pray, pray, pray. The child will see the mother every Sunday going to church. I'm not saying don't go to church. Wednesday in church, spending hours. Anything that's happening to the house, let us pray. Let us pray. Yeah, problems are not being solved. But this child is being bombarded with this ideology that everything is solved by prayers. Meanwhile, according to the newest frontier of medicine, which is the discovery, the reading and the mapping of the brain, human brain tissue, went from the fetal stage to 3 years old, a child has about 10 billion neurons running around the brain trying to connect itself to nerves, and all this connection depends on the exposure, the experience the child has. Now a child at this age in Nigeria is being exposed to religiosity, not science, because according to scientists, research going on, at the age from 3 years old, any of these neurons that have not connected itself to the correct nerves begins to die off, because the human body is looking at it that you don't need me. Remember, nature does not like waste. So now by the time the child is being exposed to maybe so-called reality, which is going to school, and even the school the child is going is equipped with science and technology equipment. The thresholds have been laid. What the child needs to advance in this modern age that technology rules the world is not even there in Nigeria. There is no school, there is no computer, there is no light. This child cannot even have time to study when they want to study. Okay? The child may come home, there's no water, he has to go and fetch water. Parents might not be home. All these things that help in development of this particular brain now is lacking. So when the child start going to school, probably 5 years old, that's when maybe when the parents might be able to start getting money to put the child in school, because there's no free education. What happens? This child has lost about probably 1/3 or 2/3 of the brain capacity in development. That's what I'm talking about, because that's what science is proving now. So now you can see why it looks like a child in a modern civilizations are faster than a child in a place like Nigeria, because because of what the government has not done, or some of these wicked structure they have put in place, they are killing brains, potential there. And then every day they're asking God to bring somebody that will save the society. God are releasing vessels, but you are, by the actions or inaction of the so-called politicians, these minds, these brains are being wasted. That this child start school is not exposed to any lab, is not exposed to any library, is not exposed to anything good rather than violence, criminality, religiosity. What nerves are you connecting? What cells are connecting themselves in the mind of this child? By the time this child is 10 years old, any other neuron that is not connected is completely wiped. This child is set in their behaviors. That is what we are reaping now in Nigeria. There is no miracle about it. You can pray all you want. This child has been set in a way, in a reasoning that the only way out is either I get into criminality or I get into praying. And when I cannot get into, these issues to be resolved, what do you expect this child to do? That brain start wasting. So that is why the society must hold the politicians responsible for what is happening. It's not a magic that you see a child that is in Western world doing better than a child is in Africa, or especially in Nigeria. It's because of what these politicians are doing. The mind is a terrible thing to waste. We must call out these people, and we must continue to push for Biafra to come, because we cannot help Nigeria where Nigeria is now is a state of no return. Nobody can help Nigeria. I'm making this announcement for our brothers and sisters who are outside Biafran land in Nigeria, because I've spoken to 1 or 2 of them. It's like what we're saying is not registering into their heads, into their minds. They think they're safe where they are. I am using this opportunity to let them know you are not safe. Okay? Because when something happens that you want to run down to Biafran land, if it's not secure, you have no place to run. The Fulanis will not spare you. Whether you have stayed there for 200 years, whether you speak their dialect fluently, whether you answer their name, the Fulanis do not care. They are on one quest and one mission: total Fulanization of the indigenous people of Biafran and Nigerian land. So all the indigenous should get up. Whether you are from Benue, whether you are from Yoruba, please, this thing is real. We cannot afford to have our places displaced and become we find ourselves in IEADs or whatever they call them, because once you go there, there's no guarantee you're going to come back. Look at Autumn now screaming. Thank God for ESN, and that is why we must support ESN. Mazi, I'm going to use for now.
Okay, do not forget that we are still talking about African traditional or African indigenous religions and spirituality. Now, as we have said, the essence of our indigenous religions is just our culture, nothing more. Not to impose it on others. It's our way of life. And when you look at people that maintain their indigenous religion, they developed with it. We mentioned Japan. But when these people came, the Europeans came, they conquered us Africans and imposed their religion. Therefore, as a broken people, we were easy to control. This is because the reason for trying to convert Africans into the colonial religions is not really as a matter of genuinely caring for their spiritual well-being, because we had it in abundance. We were spiritually okay. We know how to connect to our spirituality. Rather, it is a way to control their pattern of thinking and behavior, their mindset, which is total conquest. Because when you reason the way you are oppressor, or you are conqueror, once he positions you to be, you are conquered. You'll be acting like that. But let me take people, we give examples with the ones we are in this Christianity, in the Bible. Let me also read or take my point in the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 28, from verse 3 to 25. It tells us the story of Saul, the king of Israel, the first king of Israel. Let me read a bit. Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel had lamented him and buried him in Ramah, even in his own city. And Saul had put away those that had familiar spirits and the wizards out of the land. And the Philistines gathered themselves together and came and pitched in Shunem. And Saul gathered all Israel together, and they pitched in Gilboa. And when Saul saw the host of the Philistines, he was afraid, and his heart greatly trembled. And when Saul inquired of the Lord answered him not, neither by dreams, nor by Urim, nor by prophets. This is their way. You understand? Their traditional way of connecting to spirituality. But because Saul killed all of them, you understand? Those with familiar spirit. And this na but after you say we see our people saying, "Now God called me," you become a pastor. Why? How can you not detect the same? The relation. Somebody will say, "Oh, he did business, nothing works for him." He said, "Now God called me as a pastor." Okay, but they will say, this person, the spirits of his ancestors fall on him. So anywhere he go, anything he put on, no way. They say you have to come and do that. He say no, na bad thing. Now tell me, what is the difference between the one of pastor he do and he said God called me? Now what am I reading here? Because I want to bring out something. Saul, when he wanted to inquire, because he have to do divination, that is normal, so that he will be spoken to. Now he went to a far place called Endo. He disguised himself. Many of us Bible students, we know this story. He went to inquire into their traditional religion. And now that witch of Endo is in the Bible. Read it. The woman had to invoke a prophet of God that has died. I want to continue reading, please, very quick, because I want to bring out something. If I start talking it as I'm reading it from the Bible. All of us are reading. And so, okay, let me continue. And so disguised himself. Sorry, chapter 7 now. Then said Saul unto his servants, "Seek me a woman that had a familiar spirit, that I may go unto her and inquire of her." And his servant said unto him, "Behold, there is a woman that had a familiar spirit at Endor." And Saul disguised himself and put on another garment, another raiment. And he went, and 2 men with him, the president, the king of Israel at that time. And they came to the woman by night. And he said, "I pray thee, divine unto me by the familiar spirit, and bring me and bring me him up, whom I shall name unto thee." And the woman said unto him, "Behold, thou knowest that Saul hath done what Saul had done, how he has cut off those that have familiar spirits and the wizards out of the land. Wherefore then layest thou a snare for my life, to cause me to die?" And Saul swore to her by the Lord, saying, "As the Lord liveth, there shall no punishment happen to thee for this thing." Then said the woman, "On whom shall I bring up to thee?" And he said, "Bring me up Samuel." And when the woman saw Samuel, did the person conjuring, she cried out with a loud voice. And the woman spake unto Saul, saying, "Why hast thou deceived me? For thou art Saul." And the king said unto her, "Be not afraid, for what sawest thou?" And the woman said unto Saul, "I saw gods ascending out of the earth." The same thing our ancestors, the way we worship. Because this is a dead Samuel. When he was alive, he was a prophet. Now tell me, did Samuel come from heaven down to be invoked for Adam? Let me continue, please. Please let me continue. Let me continue, and you will come in, please. And Samuel said unto Saul, why hast thou disquieted me? Is a dead person talking in the Bible. You that prays against a familiar spirit, a familiar spirit, a so-called prophet of God. Where did this man come from? As he's dead. Is it not the same thing that our traditional religion said, that is spiritual realm? Is this so-called start talking about and go to bring a heaven where you go and go do know this and that? Now people start neglecting here we live. It's a mental conquest. Here, the Europeans, they are very smart, but here, I want somebody to call me to tell me, was Samuel in heaven or in hell, and he came back? Now there is something that I want to also say. I want to bring out. And Samuel said unto Saul, why hast thou disquieted me to bring me up? And Saul answered, I am so distressed, for the Philistines make war against me, and God is departed from me, and answered me no more, neither by prophets nor by dreams. Therefore I have called thee, that thou mayest make known unto me what I shall do. And then Samuel, then said Samuel, wherefore then dost thou ask of me, seeing the Lord is departed from thee, and is become thine enemy? And the Lord has done to him as he spake by me, for the Lord has rent the kingdom out of thine hand, and given it unto thy neighbor, even to David, because thou obeyest not the voice of the Lord, nor executed his fierce wrath upon Amalek. Therefore had the Lord done this thing unto thee today. Moreover, the Lord will also deliver Israel with thee into the hand of the Philistines, and tomorrow shalt thou and thy sons be with me. This is where I want to bring out something. The Lord also shall deliver the host of Israel unto the hand of the Philistines. He said, Samuel, a prophet of God, as we know, as we read. Now they brought his spirit, and his spirit was talking to Saul, say, tomorrow you'll be with me. Now I want people to ask, where is it, in hell or in heaven? This is the Europeans. They manipulated this scripture, they write to tell people, do not care what, be poor, accept your situation as a slave. Do not develop your environment. Do not help in developing it. Just there is another place. Once you die, don't worry, you are going to another place. But our traditional religion, African traditional religion, said no. We have only the spiritual realm, the physical realm and the spiritual realm. For people that we call and start saying, oh, why is this man he is preaching, he is now going for and preaching Bible? There is no difference in the spiritual realm between whether religion or this and that. No. It is here on earth that we have all these differences. What we have is the physical realm and the spiritual realm. Nothing more, nothing less. It is only us. Look at a witch of Endo. He conjured the spirit of a very big prophet of God, and he came out. He didn't say, no, how can I come? No. This is another witch. The white should come. No, it is misunderstanding. So what am I trying to say? Well, this foreign imposed religion, it is high time we start opening our eyes on their real motives. Their real motive is to accept conquest as a way of life. The same way when you meet some people, I meet some of them, because they are going to one church or the other. They say, no, what you are doing is good, but me now, I'm restrained by my denomination. I cannot fight for worldly government. So it's against my religious belief as a church. And I look at these people. This is the conquest we are talking about. You understand? Don't you see of recent the Kumui? that deceived people before, made people to throw away their televisions. Now he came out and start saying that no, why they accepted television, because he have to take it over from the wicked people. No, but before, they didn't know the people that he destroyed with that stupid action. Now, for you to understand that this religion that they impose on us, religion is the act of man. We have to go back to where we belong to. When you study history, you understand that all the look at is just the same thing. Do you understand? It's just the same thing. But this men world religion, they are being used, they are using them in order to mentally conquer people. Do you understand? When you look at our own religion, we call it Chukwu Okike. Is there. Is there. It's our language. But people will come and say, no, Chukwu Okike deity. And you ask them, what is the name? They say God. When you go to listen or study about this, the etymology and usage of God, and you see that it came from a Germanic word, you know, during 6th century. This word, the word had been used pre-Christian era to mention their deity. The same thing is the same thing. There is no word that come down from heaven. The same thing, Allah. Allah, you see, you hear today, when you call even Fulani, they don't even, we are talking of they have been turned into another thing through Islam, because they don't even understand their original heritage, traditional religion again. Now, the Allah is a word, an Arab word, pre-Islam. Before Muhammad came in 632 AD, Allah was used by the Arabs. They call it Al-Elah. It's from there they started using it, which means the God. You understand? That time they were not even Muslims. They were using it to do as a God for their deities. But during the coming of Islam, Muhammad now used it, turned into is a God. And today even non-Arabic Muslims can fight for that name. They don't ignore. When you study about religion, you see that what is playing on people is just pure ignorance, nothing more. And the people that are enlightened are using all this ignorance in order to conquer people, in order to control people, and nothing more. When you talk about African traditional religion, you can mention our religions, because we are Africans. We have our ethnicities. As we have our ethnicities, that is the same way we have our different ways of lives. That is our traditional religion. When you talk about, when you talk about voodoo, people will shout, hey, voodoo, no, voodoo. Do you know what the meaning of voodoo? Voodoo simply means spirit. Just like in Gomo, if you go more, hey, people say now no. When you say go more in FM more, it's the same thing like let me go out. I'm going to worship. I'm going to worship. Yeah, this year, they baptize. But it's not go more. Hey, voodoo is just simply spirit more. It's in one language they call Fon language in Benin Republic. Fon, also Gun and the Ewe languages. The Ewe, you can find them in Ghana, in Togo, in even in Côte d'Ivoire. Yes. So they call it spirit voodoo. Now, but when you hear, oh, this man is a voodoo religion, hey, say now walk on this society, the ritual, the job. No, it's just misunderstanding of language. Do you see, when, according to the story in the Bible, when people's languages were mixed up, people that wanted to build skyscraper to heaven, their languages were mixed up and they started fighting each other. That is exactly what is happening in our land. Allah, God, Chukwu, that is the cure it. When we are being imposed with foreign religion, You can never be perfect. That is why no matter how Catholic you are, no matter how you serve, no black person has been canonized as a saint. You cannot hear Saint Pansy. Never. All are Europeans, white people, because they don't care you. They don't care about you. It's not what you think and you enter that religion. No, it's only for mental conquest. No, so that so that you be under them, you remain perpetually under them. They have to be controlling you. You are not good enough. They are your coach. But if we continue like Japan today, no person, no Westerner will go to Japan and start teaching them how to do their Shinto. No, they developed in their own traditional way, and nothing escaped them. Every culture has some mistakes from time to time. Now you see how things, the world of that time, you mend in order to continue to advance with the mainstream world. Do you understand? It's just like language. Every language, you have to be updating. Even English language, you must be updating. It's a continuous process. If you leave your language stagnated, it continues shrinking until it dies off. Do you understand me? Until it dies off. You can even bring in, if you don't know how to bring it, you can compose something. Experts of a language can compose something, gather and compose something. This thing, we call it in our language like this, and they will write it down. That is how history is being made. Do you understand me? So we should stop demonizing our traditional way of worship. That is who we are. That is who we are. The problem we are having, this imposed religion, ask yourself, what has it solved? I hear the hollow argument of some people. It's a part of the ignorance also. They will tell you, if not for Christianity, how wouldn't have gone to school? I said, no. You know, the Europeans are smart. When they came, had it been, they didn't, for example, we didn't accept their religion, we would have developed our own, even in Chibidi. Because we write something down, things down, even our spiritual processes, our religious processes, we write it down in CBD. But all this we are destroyed, so that to wipe away our history and tell us later that no, we have no history. Do you understand? Now, what the Europeans did was to smartly embed Christianity into school system. So that for you to go to their school, the Western school, you must practice the religion. They will baptize you. I remember during the primary school time, every morning we sing a hymn. That is how it was. But it didn't happen in Japan. That is why they retain their originality. You understand? But in our own, because we are they inserted school system. Our school system, they inserted it, religion, their religion into it. So that as you are coming, you must be, if your name is Okafu Konkwo, they say, no, you have to answer Peter. They will put Peter for you to enter our school. You see, that is conquest. So that they will be able to control you. You're gonna be catechism. You're gonna but all these things, Japanese attended schools also, Western schools in their land. They didn't have all these schools, all these missionary schools. You understand? So that is one thing, one very smart thing, smart move the Europeans did. So that to confuse people that look, now they don't see education different from the religion. Well, I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. You can come in here.
I understand what you're saying, and if you are having a break, I would like to buttress on what you said when you in reference to the Christian Bible, because I have had this argument many times with Christians, and they will tell you with the version, the scripture you read when Saul went and consulted the spirit of Samuel, some of them will argue with you that, oh, it only happened one time and it's condemnable and that it was in the Old Testament. Now, let me leave two more scriptures to buttress that argument. One is, according to the Christian Bible, and you find this argument in the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Before they call it the Jesus Christ praying Mount of Transfiguration, I believe. When he went, before he was arrested, he went to pray. According to the Christian story, Bible story, he left his disciples at the foot of the mountain and he climbed up there to go and pray. And the Bible said that at the time, Peter and John looked up and saw him, and there was something like a dew that came in, and they saw two figures that looked like Elijah and Moses. Remember, at this time, these two entities have been dead. And the story goes on to say that after they saw those apparitions, Jesus Christ was sweating and his sweat was like blood. And when he came down from the mountain, he was encouraged. He looked encouraged, and then he told his disciple, let's go, the time has come. What happened there? He consulted the spirit of the dead. They came down. It's the same story like Saul when he was looking for answer from the divine. So when they counter, or when they try to demonize the ancestral worship, or somebody making inquiry into the spiritual realm, like through oracle consultation stuff, what was it that Jesus Christ did there? I wanted to debunk that. But going to a greater story in the Bible is, you can find in the book of 1 Samuel chapter 30. You can read from 1, but I want them to pay attention to verse 7. The story is about David when he was running from the same Saul, and they camped at a place called Ziklag with his men. And then when they left, they went out, and by the time they came back, the people of Saul, I believe, Saul followers, have came and attacked their camp, okay, and carried away their men and women. When they came back, they found that they had been invaded. Their camp at Ziklag had been invaded, and their women and children taken away, and all their possessions. And the Bible said that David cried like a child. All of them were angry. In fact, they wanted to kill David. That's where you see verse 7 said, David was in an anguish. That is 6. David was in an anguish. Some of his men talked about stoning him because they were so bitter about their families being taken. But David took comfort in the eternal one, his true God. Pay attention to 7. It says, he called for the priest Abiathar, son of Abimelech, and instructed him to bring the priestly vest, which he did. Now, let me stop there. Now, when we talk about the priestly vest, what is that? We go to Wikipedia, said the priestly vest here is the ephod. I know that, but I want us to go there. Ephod. Now, what is an ephod? Ephod is a type of apron worn by the Jewish high priest. Okay? And what was the purpose? What is underneath that priestly vest is what you call Urim and Thummim. Urim and Thummim is like the thing they use in consulting. People can go to Wikipedia and find these things. I didn't write them. It's even in the Bible. It's like Biafra. So when he called that priest Abiathar to come in and said, he came in and said, put on your priestly garment. Yeah, Biafra. He consulted the divine, and then the divine told them, when you go to verse 8, it says, and David to the Lord, should we pursue these raiders? Can we catch them? He was communicating with God through this Abiathar, the son of Abimelech. And then, so David said, so eternal one, which is God, the eternal one responded to David and said, go after them, you will catch them, and you will certainly rescue your families. 9 and 10. So David set out with his 600 men. They came to the Vadi Bosora, a dry creek bed, where he left behind 200 men who were too exhausted to continue the pursuit. But I'm not going to continue to overwhelm the argument today, or discussion with this. But let our people go. Those who want to argue, they will see that after this consultation, and the divine, which is God Almighty, instructed him to go, David went and chased off these captives. They were able to capture them and overtook. So this argument, this is one of the reasons I left Christianity. People carry the Bible. I have nothing against that book, because there are lessons you can learn from the Bible. Spiritual lessons. The same thing with Quran. I've read the Quran. I read many other religious books. There are things you can get. But it's when you start getting into religiosity that you just be following it blindly. most people read the Bible, they don't study the Bible, because some of these arguments or some of these things that are telling them that are evil or devilish when it comes to our traditional religion are in the Bible, practiced in the Bible, practiced by their own leader or leaders. So, but because people are not paying attention and taking out time to research and read, we continue to be deceived, because the sole aim of the people that brought the religion to us is conquest and conquest only. That's what I wanted to bring in, Mazi. To elaborate your point.
Thank you, Wada. Before I open my lines, I want to also add, you know, many of these things, like when you see the Bible, we study, we knew about the origin, the compilation of different books into a Bible by who? Emperor Constantine and the rest. We know. I used to ask people the place they call the New Testament. How, just let us reason as human beings. How do you see it that somebody that didn't even see the Christ, now it becomes authority? His books are portrayed to be final authority. Paul, letter of Paul to the Galatians, letter of Paul to
Ephesians, he wrote all of them.
It becomes a gospel. Whereas there are people that ate with that Christ, he taught them, they joked together, they fought together, they saw things together. He revealed things to them. They had his teachings direct, not through dream. But all of a sudden, a pagan, what do you call him? A Gentile. He said Paul is also a Roman. Somebody that say, I saw him in the dream and he called me.
That's when they started the manipulation, just like what the Fulanis are doing. You have to use a Roman. That was Roman was trying to conquer. I'm sorry.
Because now they take all his books into the mainstream, but is the way you have to follow. Whereas with Peter, who is a Jew, complete. Christ confided to him many secrets, because sometimes they say it's only Christ and the apostles or Christ and Peter. We are alone. You don't know what they are talking. All of a sudden, a usurper, somebody, a foreigner, just that didn't see Christ, say, "Oh, he opened mouth and he wrote everything," and all the New Testaments were filled up with Paul's epistles. Don't you see that there is, with natural brain, with common sense, you should understand that there is something that went wrong there. The only book of Peter is First and Second Peter, only very short, because they saw that there is truth. This man, if they brought out what Peter wrote, it will scatter the whole population. You understand? So this thing, as you said earlier, no other. Christianity is not even indigenous religion. Never. It's just something people concocted and others utilize it. Because normally Christianity should be part of Judaism. Normally.
Yes.
But people used it for political view, for political game. The Romans, it entered into their hands because they were world powers and they twisted it their own way.
There you go, Mazi. Now you nailed it, Mazi. You nailed it. That's it.
That is what happened. Now, people that were pagans, Gentiles that were worshipping anything, both stone or rubber, everything they were worshipping. They said, just call your name, everybody becomes a Christian. And the Jews, they say, no, this is not the religion. This is not part of the religion we practice. It's not part of us, and they refuse it. They continue practicing their original cultural indigenous religion that they are known for. Do you see it? And all of a sudden, they brought a letter. They brought this detailed and this thing to Africa in order for their political purpose of conquest and nothing more. And here we are speaking through both sides of our mouth. As I read before, this our traditional religion. It's not about conquest or conversion. No, it's our way of life. because we connect to our environment, to the spiritual, to spirituality via the environment, in order to even make it better. Connecting to our ancestors. Imagine how our ancestors will be feeling as we are disconnected from them. Imagine. All we are promoting is foreign ancestors. Just imagine it. All of us will become ancestors one day. In the next 100 years, most of us will become ancestors by that time. And you'll be where you are that's supposed to be watching. According to our traditional religion, we have a law, reincarnation. Even it's biblical.
Yes.
It's biblical.
It's in the Bible.
Yes.
It's in the Bible, man.
How many times they say Elijah come? When he will come back, he die and he will come back.
What did Yeshua say? Yeshua said, if I tell you he has come in the person of John the Baptist, you will not believe me.
Yes.
It's the spirit that was in Elijah that came back in the person of John the Baptist. Yeshua made that statement, not the other person, when they were challenging him. Oh, the word of God said that Elijah must come back before you come. He said, if I tell you today that Elijah has come back, you will not believe me. He came in the person of John the Baptist. That's reincarnation, Mazi.
And they demonize it. Do you know that Hindus, they have reincarnation? Even Buddhists also. They believe in all this. It's the same thing with our traditional belief, our traditional religion. There is no traditional religion that teaches you, or their teachings are commit evil. No. Instead, what they did, the smart thing they did is they came, this foreign religion, they invested on criminals. In the rural, now they collected them and empowered them and tell them that, look, your sins have been forgiven. People that should be punished according to the law of our land. That should
Mazi. That's what the Fulanis are doing. Somebody like Hope, who's the that he was a 419er. That's the person they imposed. It's the same script they're playing, Mazi. It's the same script. It hasn't changed.
Of course. So it is a high time we open our eyes. As I say, we are not casting aspersion, because it's not everything we have to change in one day. There is a world order, we know it. Because we cannot change Mondays, Tuesday, it is the war. We know when you make researches, some of the days and even months.
Deities.
Yes, according to deities, names of deities. But we cannot change it because we are in this present world. The world order has been there. So, but the little things we need to change in our mentality. Uchai suppose they are in a go to church. Stop demonizing our way of life. Stop allowing these people that so-called pastors, in order to destroy our trees, economic trees, our environments, in the name of casting out demons. That is life from the pit of hell. Please, what we spoke to you, what I read to you, Saul went into divination from a so-called divine somebody with familiar spirits, and he conjured the big prophet of God, spiritual, from the spirits, and he came up and talked to Saul. There are many things she did. Something you will say today is evil, is demon. No, it is that spirit of conquest to control your pattern of reasoning. That is why you are seeing something that is, natural to you, your way of life, you are now demonizing it. That is why now in a 40 degrees Celsius temperature, you are coordinated, you are controlled in order to wear suit. You wear suit in the name of a good Christian, or look like a good Christian. What else should we say? Our traditional way of life is our religion. Biafra is our religion. We should never allow, because let me tell you, what they bring with this foreign religion is problems. Do you understand? If we continue like the Japanese, their virtues as their traditional way of life, their traditional religion, their virtues, which I read before. You saw, you had it. Courage, respect, sincerity, righteousness. And that is why they are living up till today. Honor. Somebody should not be bought with money. Honor is better for a Japanese than money. How much are you going to give? Instead, let him not eat. So that is because it is their natural way of life. It comes from their religion, their local belief. The same thing it is. Had it been they allowed these Europeans to enter them and destroy all these things, they would have entered. Oh, everything, all things have passed away. Everything is new. Corruption, people will become, people will become corrupt like anything. There will be injustice everywhere.
That's what destroyed Nigeria. That's what destroyed Nigeria.
Exactly what this. People are highly religious in Nigeria, but everybody is a criminal. Can't you ask yourself, what is the reason? What is the reason? Instead, people use their religion in order to scam others. Something you cannot do under our traditional religion. You cannot do it. You can't do it. Jerry Rollins, one time, Jerry Rollins, he said something. He said, do you see this religion they brought to us? Everybody is quoting Quran, quoting Bible. When you took oath of office, you put hand in the Quran and swear that you will protect the people, this and that, or Bible. You will swear. And tomorrow, those principles of oath you took, you defied them direct. And nothing will happen to you. Because it's nothing. But he said, but don't ask these people to go to our every politician, African politician, what you believe in your traditional way, in your community. They will bring you to the shrine and you remove your slippers and swear according to your tradition. Swear in the shrine that you will never, deviate. And you see the person will not deviate. Because the repercussion. Once you take an oath, in our own pure way, traditional belief, you will take time. You will not corrupt yourself. Otherwise, the consequence is the ultimate price. So, but today they will tell us, before you swear with the Bible that God, I am a child of God. I know God to do. God will not kill you because this is not our way of life. It's not our religion. You are lying.
But the religion is not even true. That's the bottom line. It's not true.
You are lying.
Not true.
But go do the thing in our own pure way. The people, the custodians of our religion, they will tell you what to do because our traditional belief, our traditional religion is practical. Do this. It's our way of life. Now, when you do it, they say, okay, swear, just don't worry, go your way. No person will follow you. If you go against the oath, you will pay the price. And you will see, had it been we allowed ourselves that pure, continue through that road, before God and man, we will not find ourselves in this quagmire. People are criminals. They will carry Quran and Bible, but at the back of their mind, what they are doing, they know. Criminality, nothing more. Swindling. Killing people just to make money. They saw it that now it is something of making money. So go and just swindle people, talk to them one way or the other and make your money. That's it. Prophesy to a woman. This is your card your husband sent to you. You have to sow it as seed so that your husband will send you 10. And the poor innocent woman, we did that. And we see that is the thing. So what we are talking about today is the intrusion. Our African indigenous religion and spirituality, we are pure. We are pure. No religion is perfect. No culture is perfect. Do not tell me that, but what we are practicing was no. Even the Europeans, the early time, what they did with the religion, they brought to us is heinous crimes. But they will not tell you that. They will not tell you that. So, Wanda, before I open my lines, I don't know whether you have any other things to say. So that
let me just say this quickly. One of the how do I qualify it? One of the doozy in the American say doozy, something that gives you the when it comes to this Christian religion is when I hear this so-called New Testament Christian, these people that say they're Christians, demonizing or castigating Judaism, my head spins. I ask them a question. The Yeshua you are invoking was a Jewish man. He practiced Judaism. That is all the cultures of the Jewish people. That's what he practiced. Okay. He never started any church. He never asked you to start any church. If he had a problem with what was on the ground, which was worshiping in the synagogue, he would have said it. The only thing after studying that book is that he said the way they were practicing it, they are deviated. Having said that, so my argument becomes, if these Christians, because that was when the Roman Catholic, they came into Israel and found an existing religion that was galvanizing the people, they conquered the people, took the religion, repackaged it, because there's something else you said again today that provoked my thought. That's when the story of Paul had to be manufactured. Now he was a Roman Catholic, Roman man. Now the evidence is there glaring on our face. Look at the name of the early Christian religion. It's called Roman Catholic. They had to use the Roman to begin to create this story, this narrative you call that New Testament. Okay, this New Testament, why is it that it's not a continuation of the Old Testament? Because now they knew that this religion that was on the ground, the Jewish religion, is full of laws that you must obey, rules and regulations you must obey, and that when you do not obey them according to that religion, Yahweh will take judgment immediately. So now they have to create this narrative. We want to use it to conquer the people.
Of grace.
Yes, the time of grace. Exactly, and then after they finish conquering you by force, they are not coming to you and say, please accept our religion. They will use force to conquer. Once they conquer the individuals, then they begin to preach to you grace and turn the other cheek. That's after they have owned you. I will encourage people that are listening today, anybody who, because for you to understand some of these religions, don't just approach them from theological point of view. Go and research the true history of how they started, then do the theological point of view and archaeology. But I'm going to recommend, I watched this movie when I was in Nigeria called Ben-Hur. It's based on, not Ben-Hur. Yeah, I think it's about Nero. It's about Nero, King Nero. It's based on a true story of the sufferings of the early Christians in Rome before Christianity was accepted. I think it's Ben-Hur. Research, you will find it. It will give them an insight. It's an accurate account of some of the historical issues the early Christians went through, because they had to go underground for almost 500 years before they were accepted. They killed them in numbers. And these are the same religion that is preaching to you now about peace and unity. But they did not conquer even the Jewish people to come. They did not subdue them by peace. They subjugated them and subdued them by force and by intimidation and by committing a lot of heinous crimes. So I would like some of us to take this out and give them more understanding of what we are talking about. We are not just talking from pulling out of our head. These are historical facts that people can research and find that are true and true. So Mazi, with that, if you want to open the line, let's hear what people will say. Maybe we can bring more understanding by the question they ask when we're answering them.
I will do that. Before I open the lines, I will go into a few minutes break so that I will open the lines later. I'll be right back.
This is the greatest crime upon humanity. This is the greatest crime upon humanity, that
that demons are responsible for your poverty. The demons are the ones delaying your destiny. and you are scared. Whenever you hear demon, you want to. We have been living with demons. John 10:10 said, "The thief cometh but to do what? To steal, to kill, and to destroy." So anybody who steals is what? The thief. Somebody who kills is what? And someone who destroys is what? The thief. Okay. Who has been stealing in this country? Who are those that have been stealing? Are they not in government? When one person will carry 5 billion naira and nothing will happen. They have been stealing, and from stealing, what happens? Have they not killed? Have I not told you before? Somebody steals money meant for doing road, and the road is not done, and people die out of accident. Has that person not killed? Because stealing and killing go together. And when you kill, have you not destroyed? Hospitals that would have been built in the country, people stole the money. To the extent that even Asoro Clinic, that budgets are done every year, running into billions, cannot even treat. Can't treat our presidents. Can't even treat no simple this thing. But the budget was done. What happened to the money? It was stolen. Abi, who stole it? I'm asking, who stole it? It's not human being like you, flesh and blood, that we even live with. Some of them even come to church. So this is my problem with some men of God who make our problem look like it's a demonic problem. So we must be doing deliverance. No, the demons, see, I cannot fear the devil anymore because we live with them. His cousins, his nieces, his sisters, his brothers, his uncles, they are in our legislators. What do they call themselves? Legislature. They are in the judiciary, they are in the presidency, they are in the local government, they are in the state government. We live with them. They have been killing. So why would anybody now frighten you and tell you demons? See, demons have even gone to God to report Nigerians. That the things they have not done, Nigerians are doing what? Are saying they are the one. Face your fear. Meaning know the right fear to face. Know where your problem is actually coming from. Otherwise you just keep, and that's part of the problem I have with these mighty men of God who will tell poor parishioners or poor Christians that your destiny has been stolen by a demon, Abi, or by one spirit. Come for deliverance. But the destiny thieves are all over there. Then when these mighty men of God have chance to meet with these destiny thieves, these demons, what do? They will not deliver them. They will rather take pictures with them and come and show us how connected they are. But then they will now come to the poor ones and tell them that the demons that are holding your destiny, you come and do 21-day fasting and prayer. But you will meet with the men demons and you will not deliver them so that Nigeria will be good. Face your fear. Leave demons alone. You hear me? If the devil comes, if you wake up at night and you feel it's the devil that woke you up, I want to kill you. Tell him, bro, my next door neighbor said, even was past you, have survived him or her. I'm not scared of you. We have seen most of our problem, most of the things you guys are made to be scared of in the spiritual, those are not the problems of Nigeria. I am telling you with all conviction. It is not demons that came from hell and took the money that is meant to purchase arms for our military. That bandits can enter a village and slaughter people in hundreds and do everything they are doing and go. No arrest. Have you ever heard that bandits were arrested and prosecuted in this? Is it demons? Are they demons?
Anybody not following anything that DOS says goes. Anybody not following orders from Chike, from DOS, you will be removed from IPOB and sanctioned appropriately. You know, before we remove you without knowing where you are. This time around, we will catch you before we remove you. Anything DOS says is what goes. Uzurumike is heading our reconciliation committee. If he calls you on the phone, you must listen to him and do as he says. He is our deputy head of Directorate of State, led by Mazi Johnathan. They are the highest decision-making body in IPOB.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Johnathan Chinedu from Alu Province, and here with me is Wada Marian. We are here discussing religious matters captioned African Indigenous Religions and Spirituality. Therefore, I welcome once again each and every one of you. Our WhatsApp number, our WhatsApp and signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 142 547. +61 405 142 547. I have a first caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, your name and where you're calling from. Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Mazi Johnathan.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. I salute our sister. I salute you people for this wonderful lecture. I remember Mazi Emmanuel. I'm calling from Paris. Mazi, this evening, I can more very today in Nigeria, going on, Fulanisa, going around, killing everybody, all indigenous people in the name of religion. And the Europeans are turning their blind eyes. Mazi, just see this, what you just said concerning the lecture that Apostle Paul and Yahweh Yeshua and all those lectures they brought. If you brought those their lectures in our today's life, you discover that the same message that Nnamdi Kanu brought to us today, the same message that Nnamdi Kanu, through the inspiration of Chukwu Okike Abiama, inspired him. He brought the real message to us. He told us the real message. He cautioned us that go back, that what we are shipping today are not really Chukwu Okike Abiama, that we are worshiping idol. He then made it clear. He told us to go back to who our ancestors normally worshipped. But today is do. What did the same conquerors did? They conspired and they do what? Kidnap Mazi today. Is it not the same Uthman Dan Fodiyo's methodology that this in Finland, is it not the same methodology that is using? Leaders are corrupt. Your where our leader said the structure that our leader set up, put people in place, people that has been working with him, people that he has confidence on, just like the disciple of Yahweh Yeshua, people that were there before with him, traveling everywhere. These people removed, sidelined, and somebody from nowhere just came out, start throwing allegation from where they are corrupt, stop listening to leadership, stop doing this, they are compromised, they are this. So Mazi, if you look at all these things, you see that thing that happened, that is what is happening in our own kuro eyes. We are expecting it, we are seeing it, and the people are able to understand. Mazi, you people have said it all. I want to salute you for the knowledge you have. Chukwu Abiyama, we continue to inspire all of you. We continue to, without all of you, the media warriors, the people who understood the message, who knows the real truth, who never want to take anything than because Biafra is stand back for truth, the light. People don't understand what we are fighting for. The light, the God. God
What we are doing here is to make sure that we strike a chord of reality in the brains of our people, so that our people will start reasoning, just as our leader has already done what he has done in our brains, raising awareness, and you start reasoning, not the same way, the same old way that you are conditioned to reason. No, you reason outside the cage, outside the box. That is what we are doing. And what people are doing today, this is a freedom fighting. People should not think that it is abnormal. In every freedom fighting, it's like that. There are people, you fight all corners. You fight all corners.
brothers from Oduduwa and also our brothers and sisters from Ambazonia to join us on a march of freedom on that day. We are going to also let the Austrian government here in Linz to know that our leader is still in the hands of the enemy and they must release him unconditionally. Please, that on 1st of May, we know it's a public holiday, and we plead that please, those that are going to come from Wien, from Graz, Tyrol, all states in here in Austria, please make haste to leave early because the time is 8 o'clock in the morning. We have to assemble by 8 o'clock and before we begin the march. Please, we ask, make sure you be here in Linz to join us as we continue to preach this gospel here in Austria, to let the Austrian government to continue to hear our cry and make sure that the extraordinary rendition of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not what is going to sweep under carpet. Thank you as you listen to this announcement, and as you come, may Chukwu Kabiama bless you. He said, Mazi, this is Mazi Akas calling from Austria, and by the special grace of Chukwu Kabiama, I am the IPOB Austria National PRO. We listened to all you said this evening. It is horrible what is really happening to our people, but I thank God that this radio is trying to reset our brain. I'm a Christian, but my brother, I'm going to church now with my brain because nobody is going to bamboozle me anymore.
Of course,
that is
what is recommended.
Yes, Mazi. What you guys are preaching here is not that nobody said you shouldn't go to church or shouldn't, but to reason, use your brain, know when you've been deceived. Mazi, do you see that I saw something? This thing we are saying here is not only even in the zoo called Nigeria. I saw something that I couldn't believe myself in our neighbor country, Ghana. One idiot called himself a pastor. Put water in a gallon. Jump himself into the gallon. I don't know if he use it to bath, and ask the member to come to be taken from that water and be drinking. And people is on the line. When you come, you will take a cup and dish into that basin that is inside. Take the water and give to the members, and the members were drinking this water. I said, which type of nonsense is this? The same man asked the female members to come and be removing their underwears, putting hand inside their private, I don't know, it's horrible. In the name of, I don't know what is casting, and people are obeying this type of thing. It is horrible what this...
Mazi, what is happening in all these religions, foreign religions, it is horrible, honestly speaking. Our people are no more with their brains. People are no, once they remove your brain, they do anything with it. So it is more than horrible. Mazi, please go on and conclude.
My brother, I begin to wonder what happens to our people. I ask myself, where is this idiot doing this thing? Is there no government in that place to arrest this idiot who asked female members to remove their pants in the church, putting hands in their oh my God of Israel, and people are watching this thing and nobody can do anything. It's even as they are doing it in that neighboring country called Ghana anywhere, even the same thing is replicating itself in the zoological republic called Nigeria. What the pastors are doing to the members, when you want to revoke, they will blackmail you. Even the worst one is that the same member of that church will turn against his own brother, join the pastor to crucify a man who wants to open the evil that is happening inside a place that he was up to 9 to 10 years, 15 years. He knows what he's saying, but the same member who will join this individual to bring out the evil happening in that particular place, that will join pastor, join the men people that are uselessing their life to fight his own people. This is evil in a very high places. We must open our eyes, and those of you that are asking us that what we are doing is not on the right track, go and make research. This is what our brothers here are telling us. And if you think that what we are doing here is not the right thing, please call and challenge whatever you want to challenge here. People are here to answer you. It's not only the people that come here to go. Please, we want those that have never agreed with what we are saying here. Please make a call. The telephone number is being announced. Call and challenge whatever we are saying here. Ndara, Mazi, thank you so much. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. There we go.
Mazi, if I may say quickly, add to what he just said, Mazi.
Yeah,
you know, my brother Akazi, God bless you. The story you had is an old story. I have seen worse. I have seen where a pastor was having sex in the church with a member in the name of baptism, and the members were clapping. I have seen a lot. The question is not just the pastor, like you said, why are the people not doing? The members that are subjecting themselves to this behavior, where is it written in the Bible? Where is it written in the Bible that such a thing happened? Where? So that means people don't study the Bible. They don't even read the Bible. Challenge the minister when he comes with these things that are outside, whatever that is in that book. That book is supposed to be the constitution of the religion. Now, again, I'm going to take us back. Yeshua did not come. They say, I did not come to remove the law. I came to fulfill the law. He said, he did not come and made a new way or new ways. He came to make the crooked way straight. These are quotations from the mouth of Yeshua. When I was worshiping as a Christian, I told my daughter, every word that came out from the mouth of Yeshua, hold it tight, but any other thing is subject to debate. That was how I practiced my Christianity at the time. So what am I trying to say here? Yeshua, it wasn't the name of the religion, Judaism, that was the problem, or what God said that was the problem. It was because people changed the ways of the worship, the rituals involved. So it is not about the name of the church. It's about the human beings. What are they doing? That is what people should be paying attention to. But they have made it so that people are caught up in denomination. It is my church, the GO. It is my this. No. Pay attention. Forget the names they give to the religion. What is happening there is what is important. God bless you. I thought I had to bring that in.
There we go. Thank you very much. We must continue. You know, even coming to the reality, if you look at even churches, normally churches should not be owned by individuals. It should be a community thing.
Yes.
You know, but the way they have conditioned, they bastardize everything. Now it becomes a franchise. My thing, my church, my, you know. Anyway, let me continue. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi Johnathan, good evening.
There, welcome to the program.
I'm in Nnamdi province of Biafra. Greetings to you all. My special regards to our leader Mazi Johnathan and every of the brothers and IPOB in general. Concerning this program this night, I'm happy. And was taking it up from you, the comment you made that churches should be made, it should be a thing of the general public and not private.
Community.
Do you know that if church, yes, do you know that what we call ANOSE, from that angle now, the ANOSE in your community is a church community before this very Christianity. That is an agreement of the whole community. The law, that's why it's called Anonanso. The word evil and what I believe that is option and evil, I believe is the thing called Christianity. Christianity is the reason why we have so much evil in this land and in any part of the world that we are today. Go and do your research very well. If you want to, coming to where we come from now, if you want to make anyone accountable, bring the church for the community, being the allies. to them to an oath. They will never misuse the fund of the community. They will never. Today now, you will see somebody, he will tell you that he's a Christian. He's a Christian. But in the morning, if you tell him good morning, or if you tell her good morning, it will be hard for that person to respond to. Reason because the person believes you are not worthy, you are not worthy before God. But every evil that into this world, when you trace that evil, the evil, you will trace it to that very person that is a Christian. I'm a part-time Christian, if I must say. What we are seeing today is what we are passing through. If I must tell anyone that cares to me, we forsake who we were. We are under origin. That's why we are suffering. We are not suffering as a result of our ancestral there is nothing of such. If we are suffering as a result of ancestral cause or what our forefathers did, what of those people that came to the land, stole us, kidnapped most of our people, and went to sold into slavery, brought them into slavery, killed many of them. Today they are progressing, but no cause, no ancestral cause, destroy any one of them. Back here in Africa, somebody, if you are not doing well, somebody will tell you it's an ancestral cause. I sincerely disagree with that point, because there is nothing called ancestral cause. Everything called ancestral cause originated with the current Christianity that our mental different people are practicing, because the thing they are practicing is nothing but corruption in the highest order. There is nothing Christianity, if I was tell you. What we have is a gang up, a kind of indoctrinated evil, a system of evil style of life. What people are living, and because it's free to do evil, that is why people are rushing into it. Because if you want to do Omenana is different from a go. Our way of life, we realize that everything pertaining the Japanese whatever is still in our own step. Righteousness, truthfulness, obedience, they are all in our Menana, but I don't see so in Christianity. So what I'm pointing out here is that our people should be mindful of what they are worshiping, because they are not worshiping God. Rather, they are worshiping a white made image. It's better for me to be under a certain tree, consult my God, than to bring a cup of cement 50 naira or 200 naira and mold one white image and start bowing to that. I can't do that. I'm very happy with this night. Thank you and thank you.
There, remain blessed. We must continue. There is a question somebody asked sometime. Say, how do you think that people that slaughtered us, people that do you know that these people that brought us this religion, they use African children, babies, live ones, to feed their alligator in the zoo, and they were laughing. They use live African babies to feed crocodiles. Now, these same people are the people that will come and bring you salvation, for you to enter into a paradise that is built with gold. These are the people that made sure they put down Haiti. Haiti, I think, got their independence, freedom, not even flag independent. They are freedom because they fought heavily for it. 1847.
But don't forget to say the fourth true traditional religion, spiritualism. That was how they got it.
Of course.
They practiced it, and the colonizer had to run away when they couldn't stay there.
Haiti defeated one of the best army in the world that time, Napoleon Bonaparte, French military, defeated them. Now, these people, they connived, they go around it, connived with their fellow white men, white people, white countries, and blocked Haiti to deal with them so that they will rot without buying or selling from the outside world. They caged them. But these are the people that want you to go to heaven. So I want you to understand. These Europeans are the people that they don't want us to develop. What they did in Guinea-Conakry after Sekou Touré's Guinea's independence, the first president of Guinea wants, because Guinea, when you look at it, Guinea-Conakry is the only West African francophone country that fought heavily and removed herself from the mainstream franc CFA that is being used by other West and Central Africans. Because Sekou Touré said it is better for us to live in dignity, with dignity, even one day, than living 1,000 years while kneeling down. He said it. So they want outright independence so that they chart their way. But do you know what France did? People that bring you, that love us and brought Christianity, they want us to go to heaven. They made sure they destroyed every institution in Guinea. In 1950s, in I think 56, 57. The whole institutions, because France say they are the people that taught these people even how to use spoon. So they made sure they repeated almost what they did in Haiti. This time they poisoned their food storehouse, grains, and every food stores they have as an institution. They poison them. Anyone they cannot carry go, they poison. They use concrete with cement, block the whole toilet of public institution, public building. They said they dare to. These are the people that want us to give us Bible. Oh yeah, let us go to heaven. I want people to reason, please. I stimulate our people to reason. People that don't want us to see the light of the day. They only want exploitation. These are the people that love us, so they want, they only want to control the way we reason. That the pattern of our reasoning is what they want to hold in their hands. That is the only thing, nothing more. Because if they are genuine, they would have shown it by example. Do you understand me? You know the reason why they left South Africa to be the way they are today. Because Mandela, in one way or the other, played compromise with them and allowed the white people, the white farmers, to retain their lands, no matter how they got it. That is why they just left. Otherwise, they would have destroyed South Africa. These are the people that will give us religion and encouraging also that we go to heaven. Whereas they are building this earth for themselves. Hey, Beribe warrior, we have stayed in this ignorance for so long. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Can hear you watching it. Good evening from here. Mazi Johnathan. My sister, good evening from here. My name is Chris. I'm calling from Italy. My brother, we are saying everything we are saying here is just to educate our people, to make them reason. My sister said what I always tell our people here. Our people read, but they don't study. Number one, if they study, they understand. According to the Bible, they told us that Christ was tender age and brought the 12 apostles. He brought them together, and when they saw that he was teaching something very marvelous, very important, they now pay attention to him and they bring them together, which means Christ died at the age of 30, according to them, died at the age of 30. It means that the 12 apostles are senior to Christ. Now, if I am 30 years in old, before even Christ did not come to Europe, did not come to Italy, it's all in the Jewish land. So what it means that these apostles are senior, all of them are senior to Christ. So it means after 30 years, because remember, the world we are talking about is not the spiritual world, it's the physical world we are living today. In the same world, that's where we are living today. So it manifests the same thing that happened there. The human being are living there. The difference today is that there has been expansionism, expansion of humanity, and that's the only thing differentiated. In other words, the same human being are living there. So the evolution there is maybe the creativity of a man. Now, if this person are bearing his name as a Jewish person, from now, when I was in any airport that you go or any place you call an Igbo name, I will turn back and look around. This is an Igbo person. If you call your band name, that person will turn back. How come did these men over 30 years they begin to create their name, giving them Paul, Peter, James, John? What is the original name of? Why was that translation made? Why? What is the necessity of that translation? It's just to remove the originality of these people. Just like what the Britain did to us, to remove the originality of Igbos and say that Igbos have no history. If not that our leader came to restore back things that we have already forgotten. Nobody will believe that we have a root where we came from. So this is where I begin to see there's a lie in their religion. I don't go to their church. All I believe to be kind to humanity. That is what I believe. Be kind, be disciplined, not to go and pray. There's one. Let me tell you one story that happened to my village. Was going to church. We went to Obobo garden of the Fele women and started breaking the apple, what they call it, the cassava, this plant, pieces it and be chopping the leaves. And this woman get down from the basket and shout, pursue the goat and say, okay, I'm going to church today. This woman, you send your goat to come and destroy my farm. Because I'm going to church, I'm going to take my Holy Communion today, I will not say anything. You see that a human being are also a goat. And this woman went to church and took all her Holy Communion and came back. When she came back, she ran into the farm of Jordan or her neighbor, used her hand, cut almost the whole cassava plant there. This is all of them for ground. I'm ready for the woman to come to fight the woman. Then I asked the woman, I said, you went to church and come back and go and do all these things. So what is your faith? Where is your faith? But this is out of natural that woman be behave. But the fact is that our people can't even reason that is why they messed up. And the Mazi Johnathan, you said something here very important. These people know what they did. I believe very vigorously because I'm trying to ask myself questions on a daily basis to know why we missed this track. Why do we miss track? And the answer I'm getting is that when the Europeans can take all the destroy our documentations our ancestors made, that could have been a place where we will stand. If your father your father tell you how to build maybe those days. Those days, if you know it from your childhood, then growing up, maybe you modify your own. You will add more value to that thing. And that we can know our root and know what to do and to test. They kill it, they destroy all of them and kill and install a flavor. give them position. That is why you see all these chiefs, or everybody, the father is a chief. Currently today in Igbo land is a criminal, because there are warrant chiefs. Warrant chiefs are not better people. They use towns, give them chiefs. The same thing applying today in Biafra land today. The governors are the one giving autonomous community king, and this autonomous community king are the people who was in the Biafra land, and the people that are using now to go and point out this person is this person, this person. When you listen to Buhari interview, Buhari said that when they asked about insecurity, he said everything begin from the village. We have we have the chiefs and the Igwes, we have them, and this is what they are doing. They are using them. If you don't perform, you don't get the reason. Tell you, if I lose election in your state, I will take your staff of I will take your certificate of chieftaincy from you. And that is exactly what they're doing. So in a nutshell, my dear brother, let me put it here. Haiti is a people took from Africa to Europe, to Caribbean, and they fought their freedom. Despite they take them from different places, they are not one people. They took them from maybe from Biafra land, and they now took them to Caribbean, and those people stand together to fight to get their independence. Then what hold us, we that are one people? Can't we fight to get our independence? I'm calling on Biafrans to rise up. If these people come together and fight in another place where they took them, even those in America fought in order to be recognized as a human being, if they can be able to fight the British and the recognized in America as a human being, then you know that to Biafrans, you will rise up. We will fight this battle to the end of it. Whatever you have, I had that, use it and fight. Thank you very much, Mazi.
Thank you very much. Remain blessed. We must continue. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Thank you for holding on for 10 minutes. You are on WhatsApp, aren't you? Please, if you are using, yes, I am talking to you. If you are,
hello, good evening, sir.
Yeah, there we welcome.
Good evening, from Gabon.
Are you using earpiece? Please, you remove your earpiece and talk to me direct through the phone, please, because your voice is sounding muffled. Mazi, can you hear me? My goodness. Yes, go on. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Go on. If you are using earphone, remove it, please.
Please. What belong?
Mazi, your voice is not good. Your network, I don't know what is happening.
I don't have a sum to contribute, rather than I need, if it is possible, this very audio voice, I can reach other people with it. It is so incorrigible, something marvelous for other people to read.
It will be done. I don't know, your line is not too good. Caller on signal, can you hear me? Caller on signal, welcome to the program.
Oh, hey, Biafra, Mazi Johnathan, IPOB is one family. My sister, I want to say, he said, you see, what you said here, I want to tell the whole world is the same thing you are talking. You know, these people saying it is their turn. It is their turn, and even northern people is saying it's their turn. Katsina is gone. It's their turn. Sokoto is gone. The same thing to our Igbo and Eastern region politicians. It is their turn, but they don't know the planning agenda waiting for them. You know, this is what You know, the protect of integrity. Integrity. Many people are going down for your integrity created by Britain. These people come first with the religion, you know. After the religion, now they talk of colonization. Yeah, now, a reasonable black man, if you still breathing, you know that these people, even you don't need to even look at their face. Because he can bring bottle, he bring this thing, colonize, he bring everything. That is colonize. All those things can be making noise. They can never live together. That is the consequence of that colonization we are facing here now. After their religion, now they push the Christians from the north to the Southern are obeying the north Muslim and the South are Christian. Now we begin to do work. Killing ourselves, the same thing to the whole Africans. Oh, they are there, and anyone that is the government, they don't fight for the protecting of the colonization of their integrity. Those people living in the Buckingham Palace and the Western world, if you did not colonize, they will accuse you. They are now accusing Malian presidents. Colonizing with Russia, this is the pure we want to wake up, we need to say, and we have already made our mind up, Biafra or nothing. God bless you, Mazi. I'm not happy with these people because they know what they are doing. Shameless Western world, leave Africans alone. If you are listening, oh, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. No person we should understand this. No person leaves nobody alone.
You gotta fight for it.
You fight for your freedom. I don't know. I don't know whether how people. Nobody leaves you alone. Americans fought for their freedom. Even Britain fought for their freedom from Roman Empire. It is. So
why would they hand your own over to you free? That's what I'm telling people. When you say it, they say, why are you saying that? I said, no American government will just wake up and say, take Biafra. None. Whether it's Republican or Democrat, I live here. They don't, even why it looks like they're not coming is because look at what is happening. You have people in diaspora protesting, making, we are making impact. Then it's like the indigenous people are comfortable. So now you begin to argue, are we outside the ones are we the troublemakers? Because the people back up, I know they can't protest, I know they can't do many, but why are they compromising? Why are they working with these politicians? Forget about them. Forget them.
They gather. They think that they are smart. They don't know that the whole world is watching everybody.
Because America is there. America is in Biafra land. America, I can tell you, America is there. CIA is there. FBI, all the intelligence. They watch. They know what is going. They know that the system is not yet stretched. It's not stretched to the point they will come in. I mean, even God that created. Let me put an example. I came from a family. We are 8 in number. I remember when we were growing up. If you are playing with your sister and your sister, kind of beats you, kind of smacks you, and if you are laughing, my parents will not interject because they'll take it, you two are playing. But even if my sister touches me or my brother touches me and I start yelling, mommy, my mom will say, what is happening? Oh, don't touch her. She doesn't want to be touched. What am I saying? The same thing even with God. How can people, like example, I spoke to 1 or 2 of my relatives, people that I grew up with in Nigeria. One lives in Lagos. And I'm asking you about the Biafran thing. The level of nonchalance he was presenting. I said, are you serious? Then why are you telling me that things are hard? You speak to some of these people that are outside immediate Biafran land, like in Kaduna, they have this nonchalant behavior I cannot comprehend. Like they're safe. You are not safe. You are not safe. These people are not playing. And if anything happens, God forbid that if not for what IPOB is doing under the leadership of Mazi Johnathan, thank God for ESN. That is why anybody that is claiming they are supporters of IPOB under the leadership of Mazi and is not paying their ESN contribution, it depends, it's a saboteur by nature. I'm going to say this because without the ESN would have been overrun by now. So all the people that are in diaspora, they're not members of IPOB. They don't want to be members. They don't want to contribute money. Okay, forget about the ones in Nigeria because I had Mazi say, okay, forget about it. But outside Nigeria, Those who are not, if anything happens, where are we going? If these people are able to overrun us today, we will lose our culture. And once we lose it, we have lost who we are. We will cease to exist as a group of people. People must understand this, Mazi. That's why it hurts me. I don't know. Go ahead, Mazi.
That is the truth. That is the truth about it. You know, just as you said, the people are saying, why the international community? What is that? But when any politician that do call in any of our community, you see people gathering, you think you are smart. The whole world is watching. They are watching. They say these people are not serious.
They're not serious.
Just as you said, is it the people in the diaspora, they are, or is it we that are mad? I don't know. Sometimes I ask it. People don't understand that we need Biafra more than anybody. Every person outside is an institution. You think of the people you are taking care of back home. Think of the money you are sending. Think of everything. And
it depletes us. We cannot make headway because if people back home have a job, they have things they're doing. They're taking care of themselves. Then whatever money we are being paid, because we pay a lot of bills here. People are, oh, how much are you making? It's not how much you make, it's the amount of bills you're paying. Then you have to take care of people back home. Then you're left with nothing. You see somebody in overseas 20 years, 30 years like that, not doing anything because you are feeding a host of people back home, taking care of them. And we have to because it's our culture. But if we are from a society where these things are provided, people are able to work, the pressure will not be on us. It's like we are smacked at the middle, trying to survive here and trying to take care of our people back home. That's one of the stresses that we are going through. That is why somebody like me, it hurts me. Even though in my own situation, I was able to bring my siblings, but I'm not going there. But there are people who are totally, their family back home are dependent on them to even eat. It's a stress on the individual here. It doesn't matter. I don't care how much you make. You can never be okay. It brings a lot of stress. You'll be working 2, 3 jobs, 4 jobs. Then the person breaks down and dies. And then that family that you're taking care of back home goes back in darkness. That's why Biafra must come. But it's like some of us are not getting it. They are not getting it. The world is waiting to see the stress, the amount of stress the people are raising, the amount of child they are raising. Why are you going? You don't need anybody to tell you to go and vote. If you're not happy, why are you hanging around the politicians? Why are you following them to go and point to your brother? You know who a Bubago is. You know that a Bubago wants to watch this movement. Why would you be the one to go and point hand to ESM members or potential Biafrans? They will be killed.
Let me just cut into what you're saying. And another thing also, when they see our, the international community, like people, we cry about the killings of the Fulani Kalu headsmen, this and that. Autumn will come and talk all the time, only talking. The international community never see any political office holder that say the people are suffering from these killings, that his people are being slaughtered and take their lands, they run away. No politician come out to say, I will lead a protest so that the whole world will listen to our plight as a governor. It's doable. People think that governors they cannot. No, they should. If they are really serious, Autumn will lead a should lead a protest in Benue State.
Organize other southern governors. Organize them. Lead a protest.
Oh, but I only talking maybe in a place.
And then anytime our politicians have opportunity to go to something like BBC, whether they are lying or telling the truth, they will start talking about one Nigeria. They will talking about I'm the one bringing the Fulanis. I'm going to bring them back. I'm promising them this. Like he will come out and say I'm the one that bringing the helicopters to bomb these people. So if you are the one bringing helicopters to bomb your people, if you are the ones who are telling the Fulanis to bring their cows, when even some Hausas are saying we must ban open grazing, you that is the indigenous, the one bringing them. You are the indigenous paying them. When they kill your people, you pay them. But when they kill your people, you can't even come out to condemn it or say something. Why would an international organization come and barge into inside your house?
Useless. Somebody will them. They will even support the oppressor, the Fulani to come kill everybody.
Then we that outside that are protesting and doing all the we are seen as fermenters. We are the one fermenting trouble. Why would they come in? It's supposed to be everybody has to come together, raise their voices. We know they cannot come out and protest, fine, but stop working with the politicians. That you can do. Sit in your homes. Sit in your home, don't go to them. Go about your personal businesses. You're trying to survive. We're trying to support you. Help us achieve this.
Well, I think we have said it several times here. Mahatma Gandhi of India, he appealed, fighting for independence in his own way, peaceful way. He saw that, look, Indians are working with the colonizers. You will see in an office or in a building, you have maybe 3 British, but Indians working there, there are more than maybe 300, 500. Gandhi said, he appealed to the conscience of Indians and said, look, we want to be free. We want these people to go home and leave us to govern ourselves. But you people are still, Indians are still working under them. Every day you come to work, oh, you pretend, oh, they are paying us, what are we going to eat? He said, you are not serious. If you are serious, every Indian should resign from his post as a public servant under England, under Queen of England in India. And they know these people, no matter people that have whites, no matter whether it's tan or anything color, as far as they move out from pure dark color, they have they are aware of reasoning. They think of tomorrow. The following day they started resigning. They don't think of, they don't say, no, what are we going to eat? When our leader appealed to soldiers, even Nigerian soldiers, to resign from killing people during NSAS protests. You know, many of them, some of them started asking, are you going, you know, they are paying, listen, they pay me 50,000 naira. After the other remunerations, they give bill, is 80,000 naira. So if you can double it for me, so I will resign, no problem. And you look at monkeys, the way monkeys reason. Mahatma Gandhi, he appealed to the conscience of Indians. Immediately all of them started resigning. In a regional government or local government council, 2 Europeans, 2 English people will go to work as district officers. No driver will come to pick them. They don't see cleaners. They don't see personal assistants. All the Indians, they resigned. So you see 2 people working no less district office.
on making awareness of that Nnamdi is still there. And that's what the foundation has done. So we need to set awareness. What Nnamdi is friendly with this species, not kind of chaotic. So let's not raise awareness of what Nnamdi is doing. Because that's international community are not learning, because they are feeling the pain. They are feeling it in their self, like in their country. They look at it, they want to be free. Moreover, what is happening in this world? One thing is the way we are certificated in the child
worshipping this white man religion, they call Christianity or whatever may be. Now, how our life is, what help have this thing bring to us? Rather, enmity between brother and sister, enmity between everybody. Even the way they hate themselves, they cannot marry each other. They will not see themselves with eyes. So, you say it that this thing is a falsehood that white people use to brainwash our people, and they have succeeded in it. So our people need to wake up from their slumber. Our people need to wake up from their slumber and join this struggle for the betterment of everybody. And if you are not a member of IPOB, you are not doing yourself any good. You need Biafra, but you are not a member of IPOB. You are not contributing any dime. You are fooling yourself. You don't deserve to be a human being. How you be looking for freedom, need freedom in that evil constitution called Nigeria? You know that Biafra is only the hope we have, but you cannot contribute anything. You are not doing yourself any good. You need to join IPOB family. This struggle need money. This struggle need money. Struggle need money. It's not for mouth. It's not for mouth. And I want to summarize my contribution. We want to play the zoo called Nigeria that must release our beloved leader Nnamdi Kanu. Our beloved leader Nnamdi Kanu stands for the good of everybody. He stands for the liberation of Africa. So they must release our leader because we are ready to die for that very man. We are ready to die for that very man. Thank you, Mazi Johnathan Chinede. Thank you, Nnamdi. Thank you, my fellow Biafrans all over the world. I love you.
God bless you, my brother.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I received complaints and I look at my system. It was showing green, really, but I checked the other way. My sound indicator was just frozen, so I didn't know what happened. But it's okay now. It's okay. I didn't know what really happened. It was not connection problem, but it is okay. It is okay right now. So we must continue. As I say, we are moving towards the end of this program. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi Johnathan. Good evening from here.
Wolito Lugelu Mazi. Wolito Lugelu.
Good evening, Mazi Johnathan.
There.
Okay. I'm calling you from Lagos.
Okay.
I am very interested in your submission this night and how you people have been educating us all this while. And I've come to a point that, irrespective of the work that you people have been doing to change our understanding, improve our understanding about reality, who we are, what we are ought to be, sometimes it seems we are not making progress. But what I've been able to find out is that the problem didn't start from our own generation. It started a very long time ago from our fathers who could not hold on to whom they were and submitted it to the white man in the name of religion, and they passed it to us. And that is why it looks as if though all the effort that you guys are making are not yielding results, but it is yielding results, but it's just a gradual process. And I want to also say something here. Your teaching this night, and our sister that is there with you, is very, very informative. But there are so many people who will not be able to assimilate what you were saying, owing the fact that we have been so doctrinated that we don't see beyond the scope of that realm of doctrine we have been built up with. Some people might actually even hear and understand what you are saying, but they won't be able to put it into practice because they are already been caged. I'm looking at the way that if we carefully study how white men were able to penetrate our forefathers through their religion, you also understand that it is not only by teaching or by preaching, in whichever way you understand it. They use so to through our people, format in the way that some also came as people that are running charity to help people that are not in, that are in need, and so many other things. and they penetrated our people. I'm a Christian though. I am not saying that the white man religion is so bad or that is not good, but that our indigenous nature that we have forfeited religions is really the biggest problem we have ever faced as tribe or race. And if we did not come to the point that we turn it around and go back to who we are, it may be very difficult for us to make progress as a. But coming to the point to go back who we are is very, very way to penetrate, because our people have gone so far that some may not even have the patience to make reasoning from your teaching. Some might not even have the understanding to even look beyond what he has already known. So we tell you that anything different from this, I don't want to know about it. I don't want to mention religion here, whether Christianity or Islam. But some of our people will tell you anything different from this, this thing, please don't tell me. So such a person, how will you go about it? And some that may understand did not have the capacity to assimilate it and put it. And you look at it, the Bible said that so after listening to the teachings and we to put it into practice, it look as though you people have not done anything. So what I'm saying this evening is this: in as much as you continue to inculcate this habit in us to go towards our indigenous nature, in order for us to retrieve our true nature, you people also have to come out in a way that will make it so a bit light or lively to a common man on the street, if I will use that word, that they will be able to take and understand the message and work with it. One thing, like when I was in secondary school, one of the things that made it, that one of the subjects that was so difficult for me is mathematics. But along the line, I found out that why I was not being able to get through mathematics was because I didn't take time to listen, to study and assimilate what is involved in mathematics and do it over and over and over again until it becomes part of me. Because mathematics is a subject that if you leave it once, mathematics will leave you like 3 times. So some of our people do not have the patience or even the information to be broadened beyond this scope of knowledge I've gotten in religion, Christian religion especially. Some of them don't have the capacity. And those who are privileged to hear about it don't even know how to go with it. So I also pray that God will give you guys understanding to look at more ways of putting it through across through our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are doing it honestly. I think we have come to the end of taking calls, but before I also make my final or parting shot, my final remarks for today, I would like Wada Marian, please make your closing remarks for the day.
Thank you, Mazi, and thank you to all the listeners. Again, my name is Marian Heda. I'm going to try to address one of the points my brother the last caller made to bring my submission. He talked about finding ways to make it more palatable or easy or draw people in. I heard him, but I would like him to look at it from that it's an ongoing thing that's going on. Maybe not to that degree yet, but the footprints are being set. There was something DOS said, HOD actually, to be exact, in one of his recent broadcasts. He said the coming Veterans, Fallen Heroes Remembrance Day, that we should not be something we're going to just do on Facebook. We all of us that are in diaspora should find a way to make it more practical. What do I mean? Probably rent a hall, or find what if any one of us. This is my own. I'm adding that one, but find any one of us that have maybe a bigger room or larger room, really to accommodate, or rent a hall so that we can come out there and have something like symposium, or rent a hotel room, symposium, bring our children, bring our neighbors. But in this case, after he spoke about it, addressing to what my brother said, bring our children so that they can be participants of what we are doing, this agitation. Because some of us are doing this agitation, but our children have no. Well, my father is a member of, my mother is a member of Biafra or agitation. Some of our children in diaspora don't even know. I remember when I mentioned to my daughter that there's this gentleman, he had my voice, he wanted me to come and speak on Radio Biafra. And then she said, "What's going on, Mom?" I took time to explain to her. She said, "And what do you think?" I said, "I'm happy about it." She said, "As long as it makes you happy." And I found out that ever since then, my daughter will ask me, "How did it go?" She's tried to find out what's going on, and I'm educating her, debriefing her. So because I know how children overseas live, most of them behave. I have one. So we need to bring them in, get them inculcated, get them involved, run symposiums, challenge, do drama, come up, they didn't do research. What do they know about Biafran history? They may speak our dialect, they may not speak our dialect, but as long as they can begin to embrace, understand, and research and find this culture by themselves, and then we can continue to help them to learn how we our ancestors, our forefathers dropped the ball. Because like what the gentleman said, I agree. This thing has been there for at least 3-4 centuries. That's the fruit of what we are bearing now. When they were able to, the people they used for us were the younger people. They penetrated the true educational system. That's one of the ways. You come to school, there was religious study, so the whole conquest was embedded in religiosity. As you are growing up, your brain is being channeled toward this religion. So these are the product of these people we have now that are fanatics, or that are being drawn into religion. You cannot tell them otherwise. In the same breath, if we understand this, in the same way they use, let's use their playbook. That is why we must bring our children, begin to educate them. Yes, it's going to be a long journey, but every step we take, every single child we are able to convince to start buying into the project of Biafra is a big success, it's a big milestone. So that in the next 3, 4, 10 years, we'll have a generation, or in the next decade, we'll have a generation of children that are aware of who they are, going back to their roots. We can use that as a slogan. Biafran kids going back to their roots. So that is why this upcoming Veteran Heroes Remembrance Day, I bought into what HOD said. It was a brilliant suggestion, and I hope that we in diaspora will make our time, plan for this thing, incorporate them into whatever activities we are doing on Veterans Day. So my brother, I don't know whether I answered your question somehow, because that a true principle are being set. Again, it's not what we say, it's what we do. How do we organize ourselves and begin to bring our children? We must bring them in, because that's the future. They're the one that will carry this banner. They're the one that will carry this baton as we run this race. Whether we actualize Biafra in our own time or not, we want to leave that legacy, solidify them so that they carry on the mantle. Yes, somewhere along the line, our forefathers dropped the ball. It wasn't their fault, but what do I say? So to my fellow Biafrans, we'll continue with this fight. We'll continue to pray to Chukwu Okike Abiyama. Continue to pray for the immediate release of Mazi unconditionally. We need him. We expect that miracle. We believe in that is going to happen now or sooner. And then I say, God bless everybody. Chukwu Okike bless everybody that had the voice today, and that we will take 1 or 2 points out of all the points we have made today and suggestions that have come in, and then go and do our research and have an informed decision and carry on with our lives as we go on with this agitation. God bless everybody. God bless you, my fellow Biafrans. In God I pray. Amen.
There were one Biafrans and lovers of freedom listening to our voice in this hallowed platform. As I always say, what we do here, we are not trying to cast aspersion to any religion. You understand? We are exposing the reality so that people will understand. Now, with that reality, with that reason, we want you to reason. count 1 plus 1, add it, now make your deductions and decisions. That is it. Because there is no way you can tell me that the way we took our religion is our way of life. We are not imposing it on any other people. Now, but you see people that kill us, that stifle us, that don't want us to live. All of a sudden, they show us a way to go to heaven. Don't you see that there is something heavy there they are not telling us? Don't you see that? That what matters to them is to control our behavior, our way of thinking. You understand? Even the Europeans themselves, let me tell you, many Europeans, they remove themselves, they cut themselves or their religious or their denominations from the mainstream Roman Catholic. That is why you hear Greek Orthodox. That is why you hear Russian Orthodox, even Ukrainian Orthodox, Coptic Christians in Egypt, because they don't have. They now take that the Christianity now be doing it. They don't have any other person, a foreigner, to come and tell them how to do it. Now they modify it their own way and become independent thinkers. If they want, they interpret the Bible the way they want, and with their highest religious authority in their Coptic or in their Christian religion, they make decisions that favors them as a people, without trying to allow or trying to wait for, the overall Pope or Archbishop of Canterbury to validate it for them. No, they do what is good for them. That is another way to escape this. You understand? I think one time the CMS or Anglican Church in Nigeria, they removed themselves from they cut themselves from the mainstream Anglicanism from Britain because of this gay issue. People that now they bend the Bible, they bend the way they preach. They say now, as an African, our tradition, you can marry multiple wives. For example, they say no, it is not good. It is demonic. It is anti-civilization. But now they bring same sex and they promote it even inside the church. Don't you see that there is something going on there? Don't you see that? What we are preaching here on Radio Biafra London is common sense, nothing more. And it is only common sense that will liberate us from both this mental and physical slavery. Nothing more. Nothing more. When you look at the people that maintained their traditional way of life, their traditional religion, because when you talk about religion, it is because of this foreign religion that made us to start seeing religion in a different view. It's something you have to come and preach to somebody or impose him, push him to accept. No. Normally, religion is the way of life of the people. That is how it should. There is no way you can preach, for people, take your way of life to impose on others. Because it involves both your feeding, both the way you eat, the way you behave, your social behavior, the way you do things, conduct yourselves. That is the way of life. That is it. You see, when Ottoman Danfodio used Islam, he manipulated the Hausas, that they are not real Muslims. Because their king, they used to go Gentile infidels festivals. Who is he calling infidels? Now a foreigner we come now into our community, into your community, create imaginary enmity between you and your brother, because you believe you follow that foreign religion. Your brother, he make you, push you into that pattern of thinking to be calling your own brother an infidel, somebody that the same blood. Don't you see that we need to look into this? Even the people that brought the foreign religion, they saw that it was not helpful to them to put religion first. That religion, because they use it as a political tool. Therefore, as it was backfiring on them, now they started making ways, making plans. These are people that understands how to plan for the future. The Europeans, I mean, because they are simply enlightened. They started now trying to make a way, chart a way to escape from that catastrophe they created, the monster they call the religious monster they created, not to backfire on them. That is why they cleverly separated state and religion in Europe. And today they are less even Christian. They are just Christianity by identity. You know, the other I said it. You can answer, you can use a religion to identify yourself. Not that you are practicing it. No. Just because you are born into that, I'm a Christian, finish. You don't practice, I'm a Muslim, finish. You don't practice it. There are people like that. Because they are born into that. So not that they are practicing, no. So that is what the Europeans cleverly did. When it suits them, they will now call themselves, they will refer to that Christian identity, but not that they are practicing. They are not. They now took it as a casual way of life. But the virus they injected in black race, they take it to another level. And the Europeans see that it is very good to serve as an opium to Africans, to continue pursuing shadow, to continue hoping that there is another place that is in heaven, that where is better than this planet Earth. And Sadhguru said, I quote him, that is a crime against humanity to make people believe this. He said, how do you have a proof that you are not in heaven in this earth and you are making mess of it? How can the people that tell you, oh heaven, heaven, oh heaven, heaven, but they are creating heaven here on earth? They are, locking the gates of their countries with visa, restrictions upon restrictions, but they love you to send you to heaven. Even the so-called Jews in African countries, they are doing it, mostly in Nigeria. They preach you, this thing is in heaven, but they wear the costliest garments, they ride the costliest cars, even some bulletproof with armada of physical security, but they sell their congregation. They sell to them olive oil, just cooking oil that will protect you. They have seen, these are also kind of smart people. They have seen that this religion is for just exploit. They use it for exploitation. So if you are stupid, they exploit it. Very sad to see that most of our people are genuinely into it, thinking that they are serving God. But the mindset of all these so-called most reverend and high pastor and these men of God, many of them understand that it is just exploitation. That is why, like somebody called here one time that he attended Bible school, and what they teach them in Bible school to become a pastor is only how to bend the minds of people, psychological, to use, to mentally catch people, hold them in your hands mentally. Do you understand? Oh, there is somebody here. he's expecting money. You know, in a congregation of 200, 500, 1,000 people, there must be people that are expecting money there. If you come now and give seed to God, otherwise that money is a big money, it will be even bigger. Come and sow seed and you see the result, and you see people will run out. Because there is no way in a congregation of even 100 people, there are people that are not expecting money. Either somebody owe them or one thing or the other. So that is it. Is that mentality. They are psyching people, psychology. They are psyching, using people's mentality. Otherwise, they would have been example. Because even Christ, they say they are represented, is an example. He never owned a chariot. Instead, he is an example of his teaching, according to records. But these people, they teach you one thing and do another thing. They live luxurious lives. But they tell you that blessed is the poor. Maybe they put in heart. Do not, your reward is in heaven. Whereas they have mansions. They take selfies with their politicians. And one thing that we prove to our people, whatever that Nigerian politicians are not fighting, whatever they are collaborating with, know that thing is evil. I'm telling you honestly. As far, this is common sense, something you have to understand. If all this that the GOs, they are, you see the few that are even talking, trying to, no matter how codified and how politically correct they are trying to sound, but as long as they try to open people's eye in order to at least start asking questions against to these politicians, because they are the demons. You see how uncomfortable their lives are? They pursue them one way or the other. But you see many of them, most of them that are eating and dining with politicians. Any campaign, they go to churches, to campaign the politicians. Don't you know that there is something evil among them? Don't you know that? I'm not also sparing these people that are making shows saying that they are Menala. These are, so most of them are also charlatans trying to scam money from people. Because you cannot tell me, if you are doing something right, you shouldn't come to advertise it on social media. That is it. You can do teachings. I love one particular person. He used to do teachings on Omenala. He used to conduct teaching. How this and that. That is accepted. But when you come to see how you save this, there is no difference between you and the DGO that is soliciting for miracle. Touch the screen and you will get healed. But when he has headache, he will fly to overseas for healing. Who is fooling who? All these are commonsensical. Once your brain is captured, there is something people don't understand. Human being is endowed with natural power. But what people don't know how to use their natural power. That is why, if feeble-minded, they bestow that belief on somebody as a medium. You understand? You believe that man of God. No. It is you. That source of belief, that source comes from you. But because you are novice, now you bestow it to a third person. Who you think once he pray for you, if you also use your natural power, you can get that result that you think that person is giving to you. Don't you see, even in your Bible, Christ, even before he make a miracle, blind to see, you first of all ask the person, do you believe? He's trying to, stimulate that personal power, the person's power, the person's power in him. That in belief. If the person says, no, I don't believe, you can't do nothing. He will say, okay, let's stay like that, because I can't help you, because you don't believe. So anything I do, it will not work. So he has to coordinate your own power so that channel it, and he will use it now. That is that belief. You manifest that power, that your power. The same thing if you believe on anything. You don't need a third party to come and do this and that, abracadabra. No. Just use your natural self and you will see results. What I'm telling you is reality. But because of ignorance or feeble-mindedness, people don't understand the power they possess as human beings. Do you understand? Do stop relegating our own way of life, demonizing it. Do you know? People used to say, or some people used to come out to say, no, why is it that all how I go with this and that? And no. Do you know how many centuries it took the white people, Europeans, to put into our ancestors' mindsets to demonize our way of life till today? Do you know how many centuries they have been doing it? Condemning these people. No, till today. So that thing, the people that are really practicing really not genuine traditional way of life, our traditional religion, they were doing it under duress, under fear, psychological fear, that they are being referred always as bad people. But why is it that, for example, you see people, even the so-called pastors, you hear this person, he went to the local dibia to collect power, and he will go to church in order to, but you never see any dibia to go to church to collect power, to pastor to collect power, to come and be doing his traditional medicine. You don't see it. I never had it. These are questions we should be asking ourselves. You know, now they continue demonizing. Now these people are now working. You know, when you continue condemning person, just like the way the caliphate positioned us, our brain, if not for our leader. Igbos love money too much. Igbos hate themselves. They don't love themselves. And that trend has been going down on our brain until we start accepting it. Without even knowing, unconsciously. We start saying it that our eyes now are open, focusing on to see how any slightest mistake from something normal from your fellow Igbo brother, you say, but this is something that happens between people. Now you translate it because of the words you have been hearing. That is how these people, our traditional practitioners, religious practitioners, indigenous religious practitioners, they have been undergoing barriers of demonization. So it enters into our skulls right from birth, to the extent you see somebody, hey, your mind, even you run away, and that person will feel bad. He will be acting now under duress, hiding, before they say, now anything he's saying, he's doing now, he wants to prove, something that he is not like that. And it's very hard. Just like Igbo man, the way they push us. So that we prove that we are not, we love ourselves. Every time we're on the defensive, trying to prove something. It's not life. It's a psychological warfare that they push us to the wall, so that we always, all we try to do is defense. A time will come, you can capitulate and fall. That is what these people have pushed us psychologically into demonizing our own thing. Is there any traditional religion that tells us go and steal, go and commit one crime or the other? Is there anyone? No. All they preach is the same thing, just like the codes of Bushido, of the Japanese. Honesty, truthfulness, courage, all these good things. But they will come blanketedly. The foreign religion imposed on us will blanketedly condemn all of them. Oh, this, as far as you don't believe, oh, I beg, they are demons. Cast them out, ancestral spirit. And they push us into fighting with our shadows, fighting with ourselves. Do you see? Here we say it as it is, so that people will start reasoning the right way, start asking questions. There is no question that is anathema. That thing, the way they block the brains of our people. Oh, don't answer any question from infidel. Once is, are you questioning God? Because you don't know what to answer. Because you make sense. You make sense. That question you ask makes sense. But they blocked his brain. Say, no, this question is a foolish question from an unbeliever. Now you call your brother unbeliever. In our tradition, we don't have that thing, unbeliever. As far as you are the son of the soil, you are son of the soil. Unless when you meraro, you will be punished or exiled according to our religion, our traditional way of life. That is it. But these people, they came, they severed the umbilical cord holding us together as a people. Some people are now unbeliever, others are believers, others are demons. They put enmities between us in our families. Our people we are even afraid of doing anything in our communities for fear of they are going to kill. And you see things happening also because of the way they have put us. So what we are fighting for is monstrous. When you look at it, it's highly monstrous. We need to bring back our brains, because they hijacked our brains and go and fix it somewhere. Now we are using the shadows. We were using the shadows until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came to give us the awareness. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our identity. Before we didn't have no ideology. No ideology. We were duped. They say Nigeria is our ideology, is our country, and all of us wholeheartedly we believe in it. But lo and behold, we are duped. Fulani now is coming to tell us that they don't care about Nigeria. Their nationality is Fulani. So now Mugu don't wise. We understand. You understand? We understand that Nigeria is an illusion. They are just using it in order to commit atrocities against us, to take over what belongs to us. Because had it been we are not under one quagmire called Nigeria, will the Fulanis be attacking Benue communities? Will they be killing people in our land? It's not possible. No. It wouldn't. No. Where would they come from? The people will have the right to defend them, to at least, if they are a nation, they will have to have a visa first. They will have to have a visa, apply for it. Exactly. Or the borders will be controlled. Yes. They have border controls by themselves. Do you see? But with Nigeria, that is what the Fulanis want. After all, the other time, I think is a governor of Bauchi State, is the same, or Katsina. He said, no, that the bush, the forest in every part of Nigeria belongs to the government. That is what they want. So that they can be using that government, that Nigeria as illusion, in order to occupy everywhere, collect everything, because they are in the power. To allocate lands to themselves. If you disagree to give them lands, they slaughter you, as they are doing in many parts of both middle belt, in the north, in the south, everywhere. That is what they are doing. So it is high time we continue opening our eyes, because there is danger everywhere. Thank you for listening. And from me, Mazi Johnathan, together with Mada Marian, from us, from here, it is simply good evening.
Galana le mwere na kwano Biafra, Biafra because obodo bụ sọma, obodo doro nsọ. The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans, the fire of the eastern land.